Mood now. Things are much better than they were. Welcome to Talking to Famous People. Let's party. Now you might be saying to yourself, Eric, what do you mean let's party? I thought you weren't getting your drugs today. Well, I thought so too. And then I did get them. And you know what? We're all so much better off for it.
Is somebody I know streaming?
Yep. I'm in a much better mood.
You're back at it, huh?
Yeah, I'm in a much better mood than I was last time.
Can I rub your cheeks for good luck?
Of course. That's what they're for. That's why I even have them.
Oh, yeah. For my good luck.
Yeah. So, yeah, last time I was a little pissy when I was streaming. Took out my frustration on a couple people who were trying to say some bullshit. But I understand why they were saying that bullshit better now. I get that people fundamentally don't get that extrovert intuition is the absence of doing things. There's no such thing as any winging it, except when you're not actually doing things, you know? Like, I've been any winging it for the last 3 years. But I also get that there's always going to be a TE issue called the old man, the young child, and the mule problem. Because only the person who's actually has the desired outcome knows exactly what they prioritize and to what extent they prioritize it. It's not really possible to TE for other people, you know. Anyway, we're not going to worry about any of that stuff right now. We're just going to wait for the mushrooms to get delivered. I've already taken the Adderall. And, you know, we'll just roll, okay? We'll roll like Joel the Goal. We'll have a pleasant evening. We'll see how things go. It's conceivable that when Brandon comes over, he might not want the live stream on. So it's conceivable that we'll have another super short live stream, but then I'd probably start streaming again after that. And what I'm going to do right now, I don't want to deal with that right now. What I am going to do is delete this one, my previous 11-minute live stream. Sometimes called Eric's Super Pissy Stream. So I got the baseball game, which is already over on double speed. And we'll see how the Athletics do today. I don't know the outcome, so if you do know the outcome, don't share any details with me, please. What a change of attitude getting those drugs was. What a real change of attitude. All right, cool. Brennan is OHW, as they say in internet lingo. OHW means His Royal Highness. No, wait, that's HRH. Can I bench press 500 pounds yet? Not yet. I'm just 490 pounds away. That's right, I can only bench press 10 pounds. Pretty weak of me, I know. Pretty weak, but I've never claimed to be a strong man, okay? I'm a strong woman. Most women are. But I'm not a very strong swimmer. Bemore. The Athletics today are playing the Bemore Orioles. Yeah, I got it. So we're good to go. I'm no longer in a super pissy mood. If you were here for the earlier stream, I'm sorry I was so pissy with everybody. It's my bad. I didn't have any drugs in me, so it's understandable, but still no excuse. Fortunately, we've resolved that problem. And in a little bit, we're going to not just have the amphetamines, but we will also have some mushrooms, which I will take. Please do. So, most things in life can be boiled down to the following thing. Either you're rowing your boat or you're not. If you are rowing your boat, then we're talking about merrily, life what a dream. Am I addicted? I don't even know what that means. I just spent over a week without any amphetamines, as I do every month, so you tell me. The point is, I'm fond of them. Like, I am sober, I don't drink alcohol. So I'm well familiarized with what it looks like when you have a problem with a substance. Sustainable or unsustainable, I don't have a problem with amphetamines. Certainly not the way I did with alcohol. But I do get a little fussy if I don't have clarity about when I'm gonna get it. Like, for example, if I knew yesterday I wasn't gonna get it till Monday, I wouldn't be fiending it at all. I'd just be waiting till Monday. But since I thought I was getting it today, and then I thought I wasn't getting it today, and then I found out I was getting it today, well.
Here comes Brennan.
Oh, cool. Hey, Brennan.
Hey, what's up?
Not much. How you doing?
I love the warm day.
It's
Yeah, it's warm. F your eye. I'm currently live streaming. I can turn it off if you
Oh,
prefer.
you're fine. I don't mind.
Cool. Well, I believe when I'm high, I'm smarter. Why is that? Well, maybe because you are smarter when you're high. Or maybe because you're higher than you are when you're not high. And that makes you feel smarter. Who knows? Thanks.
Y'all been attacked by dogs around here?
No. Did you get attacked by a dog?
Like 3 or 4.
Oh my god.
Since I've moved here, yeah. It's crazy, man. The first one was the black dog a few houses down from me. And then there was like a pit bull on the other side of the street that like ran me off of my scooter.
Oh, I heard. Yeah.
And that's when I got the pepper spray.
That's good.
And now I'm like, every time I leave my house, I'm like, pepper spray.
Oh my god. gosh.
Like
so,
just in case. And I've had to pepper spray one dog. It looked like just a larger version of my dog.
oh my gosh. But it was after you?
Yeah, it was chasing my dog, and I was like, "Hey, get away from my dog!" And then it jumped back, and I was like,
Yeah.
like no chances.
That's good.
Well, people are not necessarily super good about keeping their dogs on leashes around here, you know.
I mean, I see like the first dog that tried to get me. It was supposed to be like on an electric fence with like a collar,
Oh, right.
Oh.
Probably the power got shut off at some point.
something like that.
Maybe it got stuck outside the fence when it came back on, even.
Maybe.
But I think it works that way. It's like your power goes off and it gets outside the electric fence, then it can't get back in. Because once it comes back on, they get shocked every time they
That makes sense.
cross that barrier.
I did bring my dab rig.
Cool.
Oh.
Excellent. Hi, Winston's mom. That's right. Aight, let's party is the title of this stream. So let's go inside where I can eat my important mushrooms. I can't believe it. It's light.
Have you ever done LSD?
No, I haven't. Have you?
No, but I was just given 2 gel tabs.
Really?
I'm not. Like,
I want to take them at some point because someone gave me free drugs. That doesn't happen.
yeah,
But I'm
really.
like, I've already talked to like other people who are missing the same part of the brain as me who've done LSD. They're like, yeah, it's fine. Just remember to smoke weed to mellow it out. It's like, oh, I have no problem.
Do you know how many?
Yeah.
Do you know how many mics there are?
Nope, no idea. They're just
Oh.
two gel tabs.
Hmm. Well, you know that's the thing about acid, right?
Yeah, exactly.
It's a bit of a crapshoot.
Like, it could be anywhere between like 25 to 125 micrograms, and that's a wildly different journey.
Well, I mean, 125 is still mild, right?
Is it now?
Yeah. Well, back when I went to college, standard dose was 250.
Damn.
Yeah. And it's funny. I took acid about like 7 years ago, maybe.
Yeah. The guy who gave it to me was like, it's strong, or you're gonna need like 12 hours. So maybe that's more like the dose.
Yeah, maybe that's more like 200, 250 mics. Yeah. Well, you know, if you wanted to take it tonight, I'd take one with you.
I'm okay.
All right, that
I'm
sounds
still
fun.
healing from my car crash.
I'm kind of glad because that sounds maybe a little more unhinged than I'm looking for.
Yeah, I'm still healing and stuff. I figure like I should at least not be in a ridiculous amount of pain because I got hit by a box truck.
Right.
I'm
Yeah.
almost 100% though from that.
Well, good. I'm glad to hear it. So, let's smash up these mushrooms and eat them. I was a little bit annoyed earlier when I live streamed and was accused of any winging it. I can tell you, there's no such thing as doing things that are any winging it. Any is the absence of doing things. I got a lot done today. I submitted the little car to a website, got an offer of $9,900, which I thought was pretty good. I researched it some more and determined that it was close enough to what we were going to get regardless that
Who are you?
I'm almost 100% better from getting hit by that box truck.
Wow, that's quick.
have you ever thought of grinding them up and putting them in lemon juice? No, I don't grind them, but I do smash them up. And then I put them in a little bit of water
Yeah, considering
to make it into like a porridge kind of. Then I try to choke them down real quick. How do mushrooms make you feel? Like your own mushroom? I don't know how to describe it exactly. I don't ever take them with unless I'm also taking Adderall. So
The guy in the chat.
there are some. The lemon juice stops them from tasting like ass cheese, huh?
Yeah, they're talking about lemon tech.
Okay, well.
I had no idea.
No, they're talking about mushrooms.
Oh yeah. Mango enhances weed highs because it literally has the dominant terpene myrcene in it.
Really?
Yeah. Well, all terpenes are essential oils. They're just it's a different field. They're actually both a scientific class of chemicals called hydrocarbons.
Huh.
And like when I do my taxes, that's what I file them as a hydrocarbon research.
That's so cool. Wow.
Then my tax lady's like, what do you do?
Hydrocarbon
They're
research,
essential
huh?
oils. And she's like, okay, scientist.
Oh, well, we've got these chopped up nice and fine. And we'll put a little bit of water on these.
Water, iced tea, apple juice. Oh, look at you.
Here's a bottle opener.
Yeah. Thank you.
Let's do it that way. Watching an INTP use a bottle opener. All right.
Here you go. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Oh, I put water in twice instead of once. That was a mistake.
Soju is like a creamy rice cooker, and it comes in all these fruity flavors. And so this is like a bread sort of tasting thing with like a mild
Alright.
flavor. So like I'm mixing cheap soju and it turns into this like really fruity, bready cocktail.
Oh, that's nice. So basically, you don't even taste the
Just tastes kind of good. Like really carby.
Grapefruit juice is a great chaser.
You know, I wonder if grapefruit juice interacts with the psilocybin at all, like in the same way that the lemon juice does.
I don't know. Actually, Eric,
That's fun to think about.
you don't think that grapefruit juice interacts with psilocybin the same way that lemon juice does?
Probably.
What does lemon juice do?
It makes the trip more intense but shorter. The citric acid.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I'm fine with that.
There you go then.
There.
What happened?
The Bluetooth signal, it tries to
All right. Mission accomplished. It is currently
You're asking which one it is, or do you use password?
check time. It's currently 7:12. Okay. Now we just wait for the excitement to begin. I'm going to go to the bathroom, and I'll be right back.
Got it. Thank you. You're welcome. Yay.
Hey, the Athletics took the lead. We were down Um, we were down too good through all that. How's the feeling? Well, um, mushrooms are a serotonin drug, so they've got a lot of.
I turned it on again.
Would it? Oh, cool.
Yeah. Just so that you're ready for it when it's heated up.
Awesome. Thank you.
Of course.
Cool, Vic. You'll be back soon. You know, in combination with Adderall, it typically makes me have a super good time, often laugh a lot. Sometimes I get super argumentative. I can be mean on them.
Yeah, check it out. Right?
That's so cool.
Yeah.
Most people don't think of mushrooms as something that makes you mean, but it can make me a little mean sometimes. In conjunction with Adderall. Obviously, they affect your vision somewhat, like things move around, things get. Yeah, well, if you were here for the last big mushroom trip that I had a big fight with somebody, then I did get super mean that time. I was intuiting something that wasn't correct. And, I mean, normally they make me quite happy, but sometimes I get mad, you know? Um, Even when I'm mad, they don't make me feel bad until later when I'm off of them. Right, well, yeah, I mean, I don't take mushrooms with the intent of becoming mean, but sometimes I'm in kind of a pissy mood, and, it's just, there's a little bit of an alcohol quality to mushrooms for me. They mess with my inhibitions a little bit. Um,
My bad. I must have sold you the mushrooms of evil intentions.
no, it's always like this, Uh, Usually I have a happy enough time. I like to come up with. Rachel and I had a great skit last time we did mushrooms.
Oh yeah.
It was a skit we came up with where a lady's been told by her friend, like, oh, there's this hamburger stand over there. And they sell drugs though too. And you just go and say, I want to get a hamburger. So the lady goes and she gets a hamburger, but he actually makes her a hamburger. And then she conveys him successfully, like, I I want the special kind of hamburger. And he's like, oh, you want drugs? Well, that's fine, but you still got to pay for the hamburger. But the thing is, of course, she doesn't have enough money for both the drugs and the hamburger. So she ends up sadly walking away with just a hamburger.
That reminds me of in the early 2000s, there was this guy working at a McDonald's arrested for selling drugs. And it was because he was doing it out of, like, from the Happy Meals. Like, you'd order a Happy Meal a special way, and you'd put the weed in. And someone ordered a Happy Meal, and he put weed in a regular kid's Happy Meal.
Oh,
And he went to jail.
Oh.
Yeah, it's a little sketch doing
Yeah.
that. Maybe pick the sad meals instead.
Yeah. Like why do that for the Happy Meals? Now a kid's gonna accidentally get weed. Do it for, like, the Big Mac meal.
Yeah, right.
Well, if that had been Delilah who got the Happy Meal, she's like, there's weed in here. I'd be like, give that to me.
It's an even happier meal.
We're going to this McDonald's from now on.
I just like happy, hungry, sleepy. That's weed for me. That should be weed. That's all it should be.
Yeah.
Weeds never made anybody angry. It's just
No.
made people pass out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And it doesn't even barely do that to anybody unless you have a lot of edibles.
I mean, have you seen someone green out before? It's crazy.
On edibles?
Or
Or,
just in general.
I mean, maybe not. I don't know.
What's graying out?
It's when you smoke too much, and I've thrown up one time because
Oh, I've thrown up.
I ate
before.
1,000 milligrams, and then I hit like a bunch of like 100% THC pens on top of it. I got way too high, and then like my friend was screaming the entire car ride back, like basically giving me a panic attack.
Oh,
This is the second I got out of the car, just blue chunks everywhere.
I'm confused, but it's all good. No questions. How does Mr. Wizard Hat know about TWFP and live streaming? Oh, well, we've hung out with Brennan multiple times before, but we haven't done so on live stream. I wasn't sure if he was going to be comfortable with us streaming. So
I've been on stage before. I'm a musician.
Mhm.
I'm just not quite used to this style of thing.
Yeah, well, it's not much of a stage. It's just hanging out.
Yeah, exactly. Which we've done before.
Yeah.
I'm always over here telling you guys crazy stuff.
Last time you were here, did I play you the final version of
Yeah.
Pinatas? Okay, good. I wasn't sure if you were here last, or when it was last time. I wanted to make sure I did eventually play it for you because you saw me messing around with it a long time, you know.
Yeah.
I gave my friend super high dose brownies and got him to watch Fantasia, and he had to break down and cried for hours. I bet that was about more to do than just Fantasia and weed.
When I was like 18 and I bought one of my first weed carts from like some phone number in downtown Los Angeles, it was like radioactive green. And I didn't know that wasn't weed at the time. I just thought, you know, whatever, weed carts look weird sometimes. And my friend hits it and he immediately like, boom, slumps out.
Oh my gosh, what was it?
Well, I now know because I'm like a weed scientist and I've talked to all these people. I now know that was ketamine, and I didn't even know you could put that in a vaporizer. What? That's terrifying.
Well, that's definitely different than weed.
Yeah, that friend was just known for greening out. But it's really different. Like when you take too much weed, it's like you just lean back and you just boom, out of conscious. You don't just poof hit the floor.
Well, I'm going to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Jacob Lopez gives it another home run.
Looks like a young version of Ozzy Osbourne's son, which is cool. You're talking about me?
I guess.
That's fun.
I could see it, I guess, a little.
This person
Jack
saying,
Osbourne?
Jack, I don't even know who that is.
Oh. I'll look it up. Young Jack.
That guy's face is very round.
Like I see this more like.
I found it.
Yeah, no.
He's a circle.
Yeah.
It is a circle of a person.
I remember watching the Osbournes like when I was younger and thinking he was so entertaining.
Yeah, I'm a little too young for reality TV.
Mm-hmm.
Thank God. I mean, I get enough reality TV just watching the news.
Well, you know, like it's like a whole different thing now, and we know now like a lot of reality TV was scripted.
You didn't know that back then?
I mean, like stuff like The Hills I knew, but like I didn't know the real world was. I was too young.
Or like Keeping Up with the Kardashians.
Oh, I knew that was scripted too. I didn't really watch that either. Like no, like the I don't know. Like I was I don't know, in my early 20s when like Flavor of Love came out and Rock of Love, like those kind of like celebrity TV reality shows were funny. They were popular at the time.
Yeah.
And just Ozzy Osbourne, like, you know, saying crazy stuff and just being like,
Being himself.
yeah, yeah.
Oh, rest in peace. He died this year, right? Or last year?
And maybe last year?
He didn't die that too long ago.
No.
Rest in peace. He's
Yes.
what a legend.
Rest in peace.
He probably died with having like every drug in his system known to humans.
I wonder.
He probably still had Quaaludes in there.
I wonder.
Yeah, Quaaludes are not very common these days. They're very uncommon.
Yeah, I've never seen them.
I've never seen them either.
They shouldn't exist. I think they haven't been in production since the 80s, and they were only made by pharmaceutical companies.
Mm.
Winston's mom, I have typed Brennan. He is a 100% legitimate INTP.
Fascinating.
His TI is off the chart, his NE is off the chart, his NI is excellent. And his SE is terrible, which is why he recently got into a car crash.
Wait, what's SE again?
Yeah, so like,
extroverted
yeah.
sensing. Like, you know, doing stuff like driving cars and shooting guns and...
Hey, I'm pretty new at that, driving the car thing. I just got my license in December. I've been driving illegally since 2019. The pandemic made that very easy.
And what's super interesting about Brennan is his personality type is as clear as day, even though he doesn't have all of his brain.
Yeah.
Crazy, huh?
I'm missing part of the right frontal lobe.
Yeah.
I actually just got accepted to UCSF as a research patient.
Wow.
I'm going to be going there at the end of the month, right after the truck lawsuit.
The doctor said he was too smart, so they had to take out part of his brain.
Yeah.
So like, what's the process? You're gonna be living on campus and stuff? And
No, I'll just be there for like 4 days, getting a hotel somewhere.
This
That's cool.
I have like an MRI on the 26th. And they're the only people that ever try to accommodate the fact that my body doesn't respond well to being injected with metal. And you'd think that would be everyone, but I guess it's just me who gets really sick from it. And they prescribed me like a bunch of stuff to pick up in Oakers to try to fight it.
That's good.
It's interesting.
So, do you want to tell the people how you lost your brain?
I had brain cancer when I was 17.
Yep, brain cancer.
Yeah, it's called neurocytoma, which is different from like most other brain tumors. Most people get glioblastomas on like the wall of their skull, but mine was in the middle of my brain, which is why they needed to take out part of the right frontal.
He got the good kind.
Yeah, the good kind that required a whole resection and removal. You know, they got to vacuum up in there, and then I had to do what was it? Gamma knife radiosurgery. Yeah.
So anyway, you know, if you're feeling like, well, at least you don't have brain cancer.
Yeah.
Man.
Brandon doesn't have brain cancer anymore. He used to have it, but they cut it out of his brain.
Yep, 6 years.
It's been 6 years since they did that. Pretty crazy, huh? You're like, I didn't expect for Eric to have such an interesting guest on tonight. Well,
You're the one who wanted to buy shrooms.
yeah, that's true. You know, I was just waiting until I got my Adderall.
Oh.
It's been now over a week since I've done it, more like 10 days probably. And what that says to me is, wow, good job, Eric. You waited a long time. It should kick in full. I'm horrible at driving because I'm a daydreamer.
Want some?
Thank you.
Well, you know what, show me to it? You're not the only one. I hope someday you'll join us and the world will live as one. I'm gonna get a pack of cigarettes from the car. Did you get your medication? I sure did. Otherwise, I would not be taking mushrooms. I'd be waiting till tomorrow. We have one of these bad boys too, if they want to burn it. We got this 3-pack of blunts the other day. I never really buy weed. Like, if we buy weed, we typically buy just drinks, but we got these 3 little blunts.
And the
It was
terpenes
fairly
burn off
cheap.
at
And
a very low heat. And the cannabinoids stay and they burn off at a very, very high heat.
Ah.
we have a pretty cool sour diesel infused blunt here if you want to spark
Yeah,
that at some
Nice,
point.
go for it, yeah.
Spark that bad boy up. Your medication is finally starting to work, huh? Well, glad to hear it, Gil.
Let me give you a lighter.
Not hearing nearly as many voices and can only make out what they're saying about 35% of the time.
Oh, that's not good.
Well, is it better to not be able to make out what they're saying? Seems to me I'd be curious if I
glass
couldn't
tip?
make out what they're saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. Fancy, huh?
Right, this is so fancy.
That's
for
from the
one.
Indian weed store down there.
Oh, word.
By
I
the
have to check
casino.
that place out.
Yeah, there.
Yeah.
If you're gonna buy flour or even like pre-rolls, that's the place to go. But it's not the place to go for drinks.
Love me a good pre-roll.
Yeah.
You gotta turn, like I was telling you, turn like your bulk flour into RSO. And you could just either keep that in alcohol and put it in drinks or burn off the alcohol and
Can
put
we
that in
maybe
anything.
do some of that? Because like since I
Oh,
like
that's a great
consuming
idea.
it as a drink so much, like that's like my preferred way of getting high is drinking it.
Yeah, totally. We could do that.
How do you do that?
Well, I was in a pissy mood. Somebody said some stuff. I didn't appreciate it. You know, all I'll say about it is this: there's no way to be winging it when you're doing stuff in life,
Okay, let's see.
because winging it is not doing stuff, right?
Yeah. So, if you wanted to make weed drinks, I'd make can of sugar. So you just soak all of your, no, don't crush up your buds or anything. Leave them as whole as you can, as wet as you can, and put them in alcohol.
You know, I've been winging it for years now, just thinking about what the plan is going to be forever and never coming to a conclusion. And they're like, oh, you're not winging it at all. You're solid in your course of action or whatever. Well, I'm not in any course of action. I'm just winging it. Now that I have an actual plan and order of operations, I've done a good job of teeing it. Other people might say like, well, yeah, maybe you should do it this way or whatever, but the point is, it took me this long to actually have a plan of action and feel motivated to take action, and I'm just super excited about that reality. You know, I was stuck in a long-term malaise for quite a while now. I feel reinvigorated, and the idea that this comprises me just coming up with random ideas is ridiculous. Coming up with random ideas is not doing anything. The reason this is different is because I have good clarity, right? We have a good reason why we want to do the thing. And the plan is both sustainable in the short term, workable in the short term, workable in the long term, etc. And I get that people might say, well, you could be doing it better this way or that way, have better TE or something. But the point is, I'm not just coming up with random ideas, throwing them against the wall and seeing what sticks at all, you know? It's quite the opposite. I finally have FI-NI clarity.
So, Brendan is thinking about moving too.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so we can talk to him.
Yeah, huh? I've been talking about it out here. Blah, 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 blah. I'm winging it. So I don't know. It offended me, but I was in a pissy mood right then anyway. But I understand how other people might view it as that, because all of a sudden I went from what they saw as an equilibrium, and it was, but it was an equilibrium that was bubbling and causing me a great deal of stress and anxiety for months and months and years even, you know. What they see is the suddenness of clarity and the quickness by which action is being taken, and see some sort of hastiness, but I see it as like, finally. And also, I was really struck by something. Am I driving out of here today again to go to the store and being like, oh God, such an annoying drive. Well, I am very ready to get out of here. I'm tired of this place. You know, there's like, it's, I was never meant to retire this young. And I've just been kind of in limbo trying to figure out what I want to do. And the answer should have come to me a lot sooner, but it didn't, you know. This is going to be a way easier move than that. Way easier. And in part because we're not buying another house. You know, people are telling me, well, you should sell this one, buy two houses, rent one of those, blah, blah, blah. It's like, look, if that's a good idea now, it'll still be a good idea a year from now. And we could potentially consider that then. But I'm I'm dealing with the reality that I'm not trying to get a job before I move. Maybe that's what people are saying. I'm in winging it or whatever. But I am moving to a place where there's plenty of opportunity for debate coaching jobs. It's hard for anybody to get a job right now in any field. I've seen a couple of memes about it. But it's way harder for me to get a job here than it is in a large metropolitan area, obviously. You bought one home in another state sight unseen, and it was a huge mistake. Well, yeah, we're not going to be buying anything. We're going to be renting, and I'm not looking to sign more than a 1 year lease, because we recognize that once we get there and I do find a job, um, you know, the job could be not that far away from her dad, but quite far away from us, depending on if we're, you know, where it lands up. And so being able to move to some location that's more ideal when I also have a more clear grasp of long-term finances, so I will at that point have a job, well, that might make a lot of sense, you know. I mean, I'm hoping to work in my preferred field of debate coaching. I'm excited about coaching debate again. Coaching debate's a lot of fun. It's intense, it's a lot of work, but it's a lot of fun. It would be a lot less work now. AI could do so much assembly for you. It can't write cases, but it could, you know, cut and organize your cards. Well, I don't know. I'm not really sure how much it could do. But have you thought of systems analysis? I'm not even really exactly sure what that is. I have been told by other people that I'm naturally good at it, but by like Rain or somebody like that who is a math major. But I don't even really know what kind of work that entails. Debate coaching's super fun because oh yeah, there's a lot of debate coach schools in New York. I'm familiar with them from competing in debate for many years. All the different like private um, debate schools. I can't remember what they're called, but I could figure it out easy enough. I could go into NSDA resources. I could go to actual like debate message board posting places and
I'm
stuff like that
bipolar,
too.
so like I know how like I know the struggles of not wanting to get
I don't want to coach
treatment, and
Harley,
then
but I would.
the struggles
Harley's
of
like baby
understanding.
debate.
Oh shit! I actually really.
I want to
do-
coach real debate, obviously.
So,
PF, Lincoln Douglas,
she's just not mature enough to apologize.
um,
So I don't want anything to
policy.
That's fair.
I'd rather coach LD and PF. Policy's kind of
all of a sudden, I don't know, my mom's like,
kind of a TE slog.
everything's gonna be in a trailer up front. I'm like,
You don't have any choice.
yeah, and I'm like,
It's less about ingenuity and more about technique.
I'm so sorry.
I like debate formats that favor my ingenuity.
happy because every time I've been in SoCal, I've made like $300 on carts
Wow. That's fantastic.
without even trying.
Without even trying.
So I'm thinking like I could actually try and monetize that.
You really could.
Absolutely, you could. Plenty of people want to buy drugs.
People love weed. People love clean weed.
People love drugs in
Yes,
general.
they do. That's like a fucking big deal.
People don't realize like how unclean their carts are until they try my shit. I have like 100 or 200 I need to make
We
still.
might have to request some cards from you too before we leave.
Yeah. That's a
100%.
Thank you.
right. Fine. The thing is, I want to go in a certain order of operations here, right? Like I want to be there, moved in, and then be looking for a job because the sooner we get this place on the market, the sooner, the longer it can sit on the market without us having any urgency for the
Okay.
sale.
So I have a. If you can't find a job doing debate,
I could get a job doing something else.
well, I was thinking if you're open to substitute teaching, you can definitely get a substitute teaching job in New York.
Yeah, I could do that. I could get a full-time teaching job maybe too.
I mean, yeah.
But
substitution, like as a substitute teacher,
Yeah.
yeah.
that'd be funny.
Well, I mean, I've been a sub teacher before, way back when I was in my 20s. Then I've been a classroom teacher and I've been a debate coach. So
My dad says if you're open to different possibilities, you'll have no problem getting a job.
cool. Yeah. We own this house in Mariposa outright.
That was special. Not there's oh wow.
So
And you're gonna sell that and move into a place where you're renting?
yeah. Well, I'm thinking about various long-term realities, right? Number one long-term reality is I need to have an income. I can't just not have an income, and I want to work ideally in debate coaching. I'm not going to find any debate coaching work around here, and in general, any work around here is going to be,
It might be dead. Yeah.
it's going to be a lot harder to find a job here than it is to find a job in the greater metropolitan area. Plus, also of very great significance is we want to be next to Rachel's family. Rachel's dad's getting old, and we want to be there with him.
I mean, yeah, there's like no job opportunities up here in Mariposa.
Right, there are none.
It's insane.
I didn't know that debate coaching was an open field job. I don't know what you mean by open field job.
What does that mean?
I don't know what that means. It's a job for which there's a fair amount of demand and not a lot of supply, because most very successful debaters go on to do more important things than coach debate.
I mean, every other like news article about Social Security is saying how it's going to be dead in the next 10 years. Winston's mom is saying paying into it help down the line.
Back in like 2001,
Yeah.
my like history teacher was like, we're teaching you about this, you should know about this, but it's a feature that is a part of the government that is probably not going to be in, like, don't expect anything from it, basically.
Well, like, all of the government budgets aren't real. They realistically, at any point, they could just decide not to fund the IRS or Social Security, and we couldn't do anything about it.
Yeah.
But, you know, it's kind of running on magic.
Yeah.
Well, Social Security was never supposed to be funded by taxpayers, right? It's supposed to be an initial endowment, and then people pay into it and get the money back. The fundamental problem with the whole idea, of course, is that while payouts may account for inflation, they don't account for investment potential. Like, anybody who actually took that same amount of money and invested it how they felt like investing it rather than in Social Security would get a much higher return on their money than they get by Social Security.
Yeah.
Even if it were mandated that they had to invest it, but they got to choose the way themselves. Yeah, we're past capital gains issue. There's not going to be capital gains on this house anyway. We're going to sell it for about what we bought it for, I suspect.
Oh, lucky you.
Hopefully.
No.
We might take a loss, but
What?
I don't really know.
Yeah.
We'll just have to see what the market. We're gonna not price it at a loss, but
How long have you owned?
3 years.
Yeah, I think you incur like 20% capital gains if you make over like 85,000. I think it is.
Yeah, well, I'm not worried. The capital gains is just tax on the gains,
Yeah.
not on the total price. So, hi GDX. Yeah, I'm not too worried about that stuff. It's just a matter of like I guess, what the market's like. You know, whether it's the same, hotter, colder. I don't know.
I don't know. I heard it's cold. It's like a buyer's market.
Okay, well.
But this was months ago on YouTube. Sometimes I get a random YouTube suggestion saying like, don't sell your house now.
How's the real estate market in Mariposa?
Shit. Well, my mom just bought a house. I have no idea how much she bought it for.
She bought it for $275.
Oh, look at that! You know.
We would.
That sounds about right.
We would know because we were the ones who sold it.
Oh.
Yeah.
You bought the house from us.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
It's from your real estate agent.
Yep.
Yeah.
She was nice.
Yeah.
Zoe?
Yeah. We're hoping to use her.
Yeah, we are.
Why'd you guys own that property too?
Well, we were gonna make it into a rental property, but then we didn't.
So what was up with like the weed in the? There's like on a cookie sheet.
Was there?
Yeah.
Oh, it must have just been like weed we had taken over there to smoke while I was painting or something.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
That's life. My mom was like, "Oh no, weed." She smokes.
Oh, okay.
She's actually kind of freaking out too because I'm talking about moving in. She's like, "But where am I gonna get the weed?"
Oh.
Realistic. The buyer's market.
Oh, that's good.
No, that's not good.
Oh, it's
We're
buyer.
sellers.
It is buyer's market. Yeah.
Some indicators suggest yeah. Median price is $478 to $499. I don't know. We'll list it, 510 or something, and be willing to go down. It's always good to list it a little bit up, because then you, thanks DDX. Who knows? I'll probably rip out this Type Police episode that I've been sitting on for weeks now, today or tomorrow.
Doyle says you could rent this house out too to cover your rent in New York.
I mean, that's something that has been floated as an idea, but
who would want to rent up here?
yeah, I don't want to be a landlord, and I don't, I just want to execute this simple plan that we have here that's not too complicated, and hopefully it will go smoothly. Bottom of the ninth inning, we got only one more out to go to win this game.
Yeah, so Brendan is thinking about moving too.
Where are you going to move to? LA?
Back to where I came.
LA is a good place to live,
I have a friend I'm looking at moving in. I'm looking at all the townhomes. I'm looking at just selling cartridges, like at the same place that I buy my wax from.
Well,
People love clean weed.
people do. And LA is a fun place to live if you're young and you don't have a lot of bad memories associated with it. Like, I was thinking about, before I was thinking about the possibility of moving back to LA, and it's like everything around the where I might conceivably move is so linked to my parents' house, and they're both dead,
Yeah. Well, I only have mostly good things.
4-3 now.
Psychic Dial misses weed.
But he doesn't miss the voices. He's got mental illness going on.
Yeah.
He's schizophrenic.
Oh yeah, my dad's schizophrenic, and my sister's schizoaffective. I was just telling you about her.
Oh, what's the difference between the two?
I'm not 100% sure.
Okay. It's sometimes, the labels change. Like, I don't hear anyone being called having ADD anymore. Everyone has ADHD. So.
It's like 2 issues ago in the DSM, retarded was a medical term.
Really?
Yeah. Very recently a medical term.
When I used to teach special ed for the county, when I first started there was a category that I taught called profoundly retarded.
It's messed up.
They were profoundly retarded. There's no confusion about what was going on there. They genuinely were profoundly retarded.
Yeah, I wonder what they call them now. They're gonna be like they're very specially abled.
Probably profoundly developmentally disabled, I would guess.
I could see that.
Maybe that means profound anymore. I love that, though. Profoundly retarded.
Profoundly retarded.
Mm-hmm.
I like to say that I'm profoundly retarded sometimes, too.
Yeah.
Oh, Eric, why did you do that? Well, that's right. It's because I'm profoundly retarded.
I had a friend that I gave 10 milligram gummies to one time. He was like, I was seeing things crawl out of my closet, and I was like, maybe you shouldn't take any more weed.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. My daughter's like that, though. She's super sensitive about weed. She'd take a 10 milligram gummy and be like, oh.
I was too, like 4 years ago.
No, I agree with you, Alec, that it's a perfectly fine term to use. I'm just saying that it has a more of a connotation than that, It connotes profundity. Because I don't think profundity conveys those things in the way that profound does. Profundity seems to be about things people say.
Treehouse experience.
Yeah, show me you didn't have a treehouse as a boy. He wanted a treehouse as a little boy. He wanted to live in the trees. Yeah, he wanted a treehouse as a little boy. Cause he wanted to live in the trees. He wanted a treehouse as a little boy. Cause he wanted to live in the trees. Uh-huh. Where did he want to live? In the trees. That's right, motherfucker. In the trees. Alright, let's go. Let's go. Alright. Amelia was a little boy. He wanted one thing more than every other toy. He wanted to live in the tree like his monkeys before him. Everybody said you can't live in a tree. You're gonna have to live in an apartment seat because we don't think that you are able to live in a tree. And he's all like, don't denigrate my ability to live in a tree. I could live there if I want to. Why don't you just let me be? And everybody's like, no you can't. You don't have a prehensile tail, that's a fact. And that's why you'll never be able to live in a tree. And he's like, well fuck you and your rules. I'm living in that tree for the rest of my life. So fuck you and your rules. I'm a treehouse boy.
Is that called Treehouse Boy?
Mm-hmm. Called treehouse boy, yeah. That's about show media. Thank you.
Treehouse what?
It's about show media, how he always wanted to have a treehouse as a boy. Because, you know, that's what he says.
I lived in the desert as a kid.
Did you have a treehouse?
No, because there was no trees. But I remember kicking snakes around a lot.
That's not very nice to the snakes.
The snakes weren't very nice to me.
Fair enough. Because the snakes made you go to a Eurotrance concert?
The
Yeah.
Oh
That
yeah.
sounds groovy.
That's Eurotrance, you know. Do you want a guitar to play?
I'm left-handed, but I'll try something.
Oh, right, that's right. You don't have a bass in hand. Poor, poor Brennan. He's left-handed. Yeah, that's a change. But he's right-handed, though. Let me get you a strap, too. There you go. There ain't no crack pipe in this domicile, okay? There ain't no crack pipe in here. We don't do crack, 'cause that's a ghetto drug. Yeah.
This guitar is missing its strat bass.
Oh. It must have fallen out. It does that sometimes.
How interesting.
Well, I guess you get to play this guitar instead.
I'll give it a shot.
Good play you can plug in anyway. It's not the original things that you put the strap on. You use like a door hinge thing. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Let me get you plugged in too. Everybody take some drugs in Europe tonight, 'cause we're gonna have a Eurotrans fight, yes. Everybody take some drugs in Eurotrans time, but no crack round here, that's a ghetto drug grind, so don't you crack. Instead you do better drugs and that's a fact.
Is not okay.
You're not supposed to say ghetto anymore, apparently they say I don't know what for. But that's the reason that they say, but I don't give a fuck that is gay, so what? Alright. Alright, here we go. It's time for Eurotrans time. Ready? Here we go. Alright, here we go. Everybody take some drugs, it's Eurotrans time. I'm gonna be a Eurotrans climb. We're gonna go to Eurotrans land and we're gonna Eurotrans around the planet. Oh yeah, Eurotrans is the way for me. I said, we're gonna Eurotrans to 1983. Oh wait, that's already happened. Quite a long time ago. That's okay, go. Push the wrong button again. It's fine. Cause you know why? Cause Eurotrans is everything you ever hoped it would be. All Eurotrans you and then you go ahead and Eurotrans me. We're all gonna take some drugs and we're gonna Thank you.
That rocked. I like the overdrive you put on this.
Oh, I didn't do it on purpose.
Whatever.
I'm glad it sounds good. Well, the year was 1928, and everything was going great, except that they decided it was late, later than I wanted it to be. I had opinions then, I have opinions still since. And I know what they I expect the fuck it to be. Cause you can just get out of here with your wrong taking time. I'm not in any mood for antediluvian mind. I think I'm perfectly in place and in time with the rhyme. I know the date in fact is 2025, 2029. Yeah, 2029 is the date from me. It's the date that you and I both see. We know what we're waiting for is 2029. We were living in Chicago around the time when they had that fire, where the cow knocked over that lamp and everything then burned down. I think you know what fire I'm talking about. The year was 1994. I don't care what the history books tell you for. They're just lying, 'cause that was in fact the real thing. And the sad reality of it is I'm the one who started that fire. I was sick and fucking tired of Chicago. I wanted to watch it burn. And then I went ahead and lit that barn. I found a cow, I knocked it over, blamed it on the whole thing. I was the lion. I was the cow.
Because the Chicago
reason for the 19, what was it, 1910?
I don't remember what year it was.
Chicago burned down.
I
I was more paying attention to what chord she was playing.
Oh my god!
Didn't Chicago
I mean,
burn down?
because like
Yeah,
that was
yeah,
a
yeah.
life-changing
happen.
like event.
I think they had a World's Fair, and then they burned down because the cow knocked them over. Knocked the fire
Wait,
over.
what?
Yeah, the cow knocked some lantern over.
Really?
Yeah, that's a
Supposedly
fable.
started the Chicago fire.
I heard
Mrs. O'Leary's cow.
I thought it was mafia.
It wasn't even just a specific. It wasn't just a cow. It was a very specific cow. It was Mrs. O'Leary's cow.
Mrs. O'Leary's cow burned down the whole.
Whole city of Chicago.
But it really was you.
Really, it was me, and it was in the 90s. Yeah,
And then it was in the 90s.
the 1990s.
Oh my
yeah.
god! They remember quickly.
People don't realize it was that recent. might be loitering there too, for all I know. Don't expect me to be a lawyer in this loitering super enjoyer. I can't tell you whether what you're doing qualifies as loitering or not. It's not a single factor legally, like say felony murder would be, where it matters just whether it was done while committing a felony. No, loitering doesn't have that kind of strict liability, possible interpretation. If you're asking me, but that's what I warned you in the first place. I'm not a lawyer. Lawyers are lawyers who specialize in loitering cases. Of course, they're not just lawyers who are themselves loitering, 'cause that would be dumb. There wouldn't be a special title in that case. So my point is, go talk to a lawyer. Listen. What you need to do is talk to a lawyer. The only one who can help you in a situation like this is a lawyer whose expertise is the field of loitering. Go get a lawyer. What the fuck you think you're doing? Go get a lawyer. You get them involved. And that's my advice to anybody who's been given a ticket for loitering.
Look at this. It tells me how much I've smoked today.
Wow.
The week.
Brandon smoked a lot today.
22 dabs today.
22 dabs. That's not that bad.
567 this month.
167 dabs in a month.
No. 567 this month.
Good for you.
And it's only not okay. This month being since
the
April 8th.
Yeah.
Not since
The
May.
calendar.
Yeah. Almost $1,000 coming in.
Wow.
So many things. And I've only had this since March.
Wow.
I got it at the very end of March.
Wow.
You see, it's
Wow.
very
Yeah.
strong. March, April, and then May started.
Like May, yeah.
I'm turning 22 tomorrow.
Oh my God!
Yeah.
Happy birthday!
Thank you.
What are you doing for it?
Just doing that little. I bought, a bunch of fried chicken today, so I'm going to
Good.
thought that we can't see enough to return to the work that's rough. This is too slow, and we're not really the right key, I guess.
Well, we are mushrooms. Mushrooms are us. They're weird things. We are. He's a fun guy. A fun guy who likes fun guys.
Unfortunately,
That should be his Instagram bio.
Yeah, that should be.
I'm sometimes fun, not always fun. Sometimes I'm fun, and sometimes I'm dumb. Sometimes I'm dumb and also fun, son. But most of the time, I'm either fun or I'm dumb. And not both.
It's highly relatable. I'm still wanting to light a key path. I feel pretty stupid after getting hit by a truck.
Oh my god. Oh. Car accidents happen all the time.
Going to the low, up the mountain. Going to the low, walk from the city below. Going to the low, up the mountain. Going to the low, walk from the city below. Sunshine on the tree, fog above the smoke the city. It's so weird how if you try to play a song to the wrong beat or something, it doesn't play at all.
Huh?
It's so weird how you can't just take a song that you've written and put whatever beat under it.
Yeah.
It's like a totally different feel and doesn't work at all.
The song comes out totally different.
Yeah.
You want some?
Sure. Thank you.
You're welcome.
No, thank you. I will pass. Well, enough fucking around on instruments for me.
Are you tripping? Or is this just...
I'm not tripping very hard, but what time did it take them? 7 something?
Like an hour ago at least.
I think it was 7:12. I think.
And both of those bags were an eighth.
Right. Well, I'm a big head, so. It also is the case that sometimes I think I'm barely tripping, and then
It'll hit you.
yeah, then I realize several hours later, oh shit, I'm tripping hard. And it's weird. Mushrooms are weird, man. It's hard to get a handle on what they are, what they do, why they do it.
Part of me is worried about taking LSD because I've never even had the balls to take like a full eighth of shrooms. I've only taken like 2.5 grams. Like I've gotten close. I've seen some shit, but like never been there.
Well, I probably should have taken more than an eighth, but I figured I had a clean enough head and eighth would probably do it. They look perfectly good, This is how it always is with mushrooms. It's not like these are weaker than normal or anything like that. Every once in a while, a long time ago, I remember I got some super shitty mushrooms that were super weak, but by and large, that doesn't happen. Seems to have a lot more to do with me than the actual drugs. As to how hard I trip. But, acid would be another story. I don't suppose you want to sell one of those.
Have you ever taken like a heroic dose of mushrooms, like 5 grams?
Oh yeah, I took half ounce one time.
Whoa, half ounce, 14 grams.
Yeah.
How is that?
It was fine.
What do you mean by fun?
Yeah, it was fine, I said. Actually, there was two occasions. One of the times it was not cool because it was on a clean head, I was on a bunch of speed, and I was on 5 amps, and I had a horrible, super long day. And that's the only time I've ever had what I call a bad trip on mushrooms. It wasn't even a bad trip per se, it's just like I felt like I had a psychotic break. And I just took half Klonopin to come down.
I used to have a thing against anything that's not natural.
Full Klonopin, sorry.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I used to have a thing against anything that's not natural, but now I've just been given that LSD, and now I'm like, I think my new thing is a thing against things that are like highly processed, like cocaine, or your methamphetamines, or most amphetamines are highly processed.
Well, they're not going to get good by themselves.
Yeah, you're right. People aren't just like drinking ephedra tea for fun. There's a bunch of ephedra flower nearby.
Test your drugs before you take them.
Yeah. There's a bunch of ephedra flower nearby, which is like the natural amphetamine.
I don't want that. Thank you. I don't suppose you want to sell one of those acid traps, do you?
You know that yellow flower? Like all up Snyder Ridge?
No. Do you not want to sell one of those acid traps? I was just asking if you want to sell one.
I'm okay.
All right, cool. That's fine.
I'll take them both at some point.
Okay. I would not. If I guess it depends how strong they are, but I wouldn't recommend just starting right off with taking 2 tabs of acid.
I'll only take one.
Yes.
And then if that one is too much for me, I might be like, Eric, please buy the other.
Sure, no problem.
Yeah, no.
I'm your huckleberry, as they say.
Yeah.
We do have whiskey if you want some, by the way.
No, I'm okay. That's a little intense for me. I'm more of a beer guy.
Sure. Understandably. The last time I tripped super outrageously hard there, except for that mushroom trip where there was a mix of different stuff going on, was when I took mushrooms and what do they call it? That stuff that's in a cactus. Mescaline.
Oh, that's
yeah.
so bad.
Oh no. Were you
Your
seeing
mom's
stuff?
lost, right?
Oh yeah, that was horrible.
That was horrible.
What were you seeing?
You dealt with it really well, like relatively speaking.
The mescaline itself, I wasn't really seeing much of anything. It's not really, it didn't really feel like a psychedelic to me particularly. But then when I added, I was having a horrible time with it. I just fucking hated it. And
You were like sweating and stuff.
Yeah, well, I took way too much mescaline, I think. But then I saw, I was like, okay, the only thing that's gonna make this take the edge off this is for me to take some mushrooms.
That's insane.
So then I ate a bunch of mushrooms. And then, like this, everything was just, the whole world was melting. It was crazy. I was having trouble, like, keeping it together a little bit. Like,
That is crazy.
and then what happened is there was this emergency with my mom that I had to deal with.
Oh no.
Yeah,
The worst time to have an emergency.
On the phone, but
When you're like tripping.
yeah, I was tripping so hard. I was laughing at this fucking doctor who was calling to complain because I had moved my dying mother from the hospital where she was in, well, she wasn't dying at that point, but to a different hospital, and they were like, why did you move her to Kaiser? Now Kaiser has to pay for it. I go, that's what Arcadian Methodist told me to do. Anyway, I started laughing at this fucking guy because he was such a joke of a fucking doctor. He's just in charge of trying to save Kaiser money. That's the only thing he's in charge of. His concern was not remotely have anything to do with any kind of medical consideration at all. Like, it's like I didn't even know what the fuck was going on, right? Like, Arcadia Methodist told me, oh, she should be in a Kaiser hospital. So I'm like, okay, send her to the Kaiser hospital then, I guess. Yeah, I was new to dealing with medical professionals in that capacity.
Medical professionals suck, dude.
Oh God, they're horrible.
Yeah. When I was living in LA like 2 years ago, I was under research neurology because of my funky brain stuff. And then when Trump came into power, like he killed cancer research day one of office. And in turn, that kicked me out of there. And I had to go see like a public health neurologist, which was ridiculous. They were so stupid. Oh my God, the incompetency.
I
Like,
know.
the first one that I saw, because at the time I was blind out of one eye, just because of weird brain stuff. And she was like,
Understandably, they're gonna cut out part of your brain.
yeah. And she looked at me. She didn't even look at my chart all the way. She was like, when was your last period? And I was like, I don't get those. And she wouldn't let it go. She was like, you must have had a hysterectomy. I'm like, I'm not a woman. Do you have the wrong chart? and that was like the whole appointment.
Wow, you didn't
Right.
get your gender right?
Right.
Wow, that's
that was
crazy.
That was public health neurology, and so it's like the whole medical profession is a joke. It feels like.
Yeah, well,
They just want to
Rachel.
sell you drugs, man.
Rachel was being treated as a cash cow for 10 years until she came to live with me, and we hired a private psychiatrist, and he fixed it in like 2 visits. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, dude. It's insane. I mean, I told you about how like my dad got lost in a foreign country, and it just so happened that they were like the World Treatment Center for Schizophrenia, so they were able to get him on the right thing like first try. Shit's crazy, man. Like when people actually give a shit.
Right. Yeah, it's crazy how much difference it can be whether you're actually trying to fix the problem or something else. A lot of times, medical professionals are not necessarily really trying to fix the problem. They're doing a variety of other things. Like that doctor who called me when I was tripping so hard. He was trying to control costs, which is a laudable enough thing to do, but talk about lack of intuition. Obviously, well, I approved it. It's already been approved. Obviously, I am not going to be somebody who approved it out of malice to try to get Kaiser to spend more money. I don't know who the fuck's paying for this Medicare, health insurance, or out of pocket or whatever. My dad's super sick. He can't deal with the shit himself because he's so fucking sick. Otherwise, he'd be dealing with it all himself. And I'm not gonna make these calls. Like, obviously, I didn't choose to send her to this faraway Kaiser hospital because I thought it was a good idea on my own, make it happen. Somebody, Arcadia Methodist, is playing hospital switch so that they can dump the financial problem on somebody else. Why it would be a financial problem at all is because, of course, Medicare or whatever doesn't pay them enough for what they think the cost is, or some other shit like that. The idea that after I've already approved this movie and my mom's shown up in fucking Panorama City, this fucking doctor would call me to yell at me about it. It's just so fucking laughably absurd. Like, first of all, you want to yell at somebody, yell at fucking Arcadia Methodist, because I don't know what the fuck. They tell me that she should be in a Kaiser hospital because Kaiser's her health insurance. I just go, okay. But second of all, Dr. fucking stupid, you picked the wrong day to call me because I'm tripping fucking balls and have no tolerance for this and think it's hilarious too. I was laughing so hard at this guy.
Go inside.
What are you doing? Calling me and pretending to be a doctor. You obviously don't care about anything at all medical whatsoever. I get that you technically are a doctor, but you're an accountant functionally.
You have a cat?
I have
We have two
but they're
cats.
both scaredy cats.
Aw.
Yeah.
Lame. That's why I've never met them.
Capillo is not such a scary cat.
Tortilla.
Capillo.
Oh, Capilla.
Capillo. It means sweetheart in Hawaiian.
Hmm.
Kapio.
Oh, Capillo.
Yeah. So it's like.
I had my collarbone broken by a Hawaiian.
Oh.
She judo flipped me when I was in like 10th grade. She didn't mean to break my collarbone. It just happened by accident.
Oof. She really flipped you.
Did she mean to flip you?
She meant to flip me.
Did you mean to get flipped?
No. We were fighting.
Oh, you were fighting.
Jeez.
You're fighting with a Hawaiian girl and she broke your
Took it all
collarbone.
the way.
She was a foot taller than me. If, in hindsight, it wasn't so smart to fight her.
True. I guess so. I don't think it's ever good to get in physical altercations.
Yeah.
You know, it either goes like, either we can handle this with words, or if you're going to get physically assaulted, then if I have the means, I'll just shoot you. I don't have that means usually, but my take on that is if you're going to force it to be physical, then, well, you've already forfeited your rights. I'm not a big believer in physicality.
Physicality?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Like disputes that get beyond words. Fighting.
Oh, yeah. I don't believe in
Fighting,
fighting.
though.
Yeah, I'm fine with fighting with words, but I'm trying to say I'm not a big believer in physicality. Like,
Well, like, fighting with words can up to a point, right? You don't want the person to be like.
no, I'm not saying that.
abusive.
I'm not saying that fighting with words should go unchecked, but it's not a clear, bright line there that, like there is
With physical.
with the difference between words and physical violence.
agree.
Is a clear, bright line.
I also am too cool to sit outside.
No.
Is it even cold? You're welcome to
It's
go
not,
and
but I-
go inside with her if you want.
Oh,
but
you don't have to follow me.
you
I want
prefer
to take this
to.
out with you.
Okay.
You prefer to go inside with you.
No,
Eric's not a
I'm
huge
just
fan
like,
of that.
I'll be back in there in a second. You guys don't need to be out here with me.
No. I just like, it's my own personal thing. You guys can chill.
Where's the dog? The dog is across the street, or there are two dogs near us, but we don't have a dog ourselves. Thank God we don't have a dog. That would make an already complicated matter much more complicated. We babysat a dog recently, and just reminded me how much of a hassle it would be to have a dog. And that dog is like the most super chillest, easiest dog in the world.
Yeah. Actually, I think I might head on out of here.
All right, see you later, Brandon.
I'm gonna go see a piece of Rachel real fast.
All right, cool. You have a good evening.
Hey, peace, Rachel. I'm gonna head out. Yeah, I'm almost all the way healed up.
Also, I'm gonna clean you out of mushrooms before we go. So.
Yeah, I'll let you know. I'll give you a price check on that sometime
All right,
soon.
tell me how much you got too. So.
Yeah.
All right, cool.
I'm the lamest wizard ever. No broomstick.
Well, you got a nice electric conveyance machine. It's got one of those electric scooter things. Well, cute. Certainly these don't seem to be the strongest mushrooms ever. Alright, see you later. Well, have a good one.
I'm putting your leftovers in a bowl.
Okay,
Cause
you can eat them if you want.
oh, I think I'm gonna have mine. Some of mine.
Okay, well you can have mine too if you want it.
Okay, thanks.
Yes, yours was better than mine. No disputing that.
Sorry.
No, I mean you picked the why you would be sorry. Sorry, you picked the right thing the first time we went there. I haven't had anything as good as that since, you know.
Yeah, I know.
Of course, we've only been there twice, but
Next time we'll try the sesame chicken.
all right. Next time I'll try sesame chicken. You keep getting that thing because that's
Yeah,
freaking
right. That's
fantastic.
what I mean. Like,
Yeah,
we know we like that, so we'll stick to that.
yeah. I want to try to find
And
another
then-
thing that's good.
Yeah, and then maybe sesame chicken might be good with the garlic chicken since it's like sweet and garlicky.
Okay, that sounds good.
We'll see.
Yeah, I trust your judgment. I should have trusted your judgment this time I gotten the sesame chicken. But instead, I didn't trust your judgment. I went with more vegetables, thinking that the vegetables were really the key. But
Oh, that's the problem about.
right, but you know what? Probably it would have been better if we just gotten the sesame chicken with the thing you got, and because those things probably would go great together. And I was thinking that the problem last time was the lack of vegetables. The problem last time was simply it wasn't as good as your thing. Same as the problem this time. It wasn't as good as your thing.
And my thing is good.
So, Casey Jones says, I don't party, only you party, Casey Jones? Oh, you're talking to the wrong guy.
Oh my gosh, I love you so much. I can't believe we're making this move. Like, I'm so nervous, but at the same time, like, I'm not letting myself be excited because, like, it's exciting. I want to be
I'm
around.
super excited about it, really.
I want to be around family.
Yeah, well, I'm super excited about it. I'm also, like, already annoyed at delays.
Well,
Yeah.
that's part of moving, though.
Yeah, that's part of moving.
Well, look, and also, like, tomorrow, if you wake up earlier than me, like today,
You're assuming I'm going to sleep, baby. I don't think I'm going to sleep tonight.
Oh.
I took
Okay,
those.
so-
I took those late. You know?
So then, if you want to make some phone calls early, like if you want to do together, like I'll wake up earlier.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I'll try to put together a list of things before you even get up.
Oh, that's a good thing. Yeah. It feels good to check things off a list too.
Yeah, it does. Well, it feels good to have a purposeful list, you know. That more than anything else, to have you want me to give you some addies, huh, Casey Jones? Well, I will let you know, no, a little secret. There's one in my car that I dropped today. I didn't want to bother to get, but I'm sure I'll get it at some point. I couldn't even see it. I know where I dropped it, but I couldn't see where it went. So. If you were here and you wanted to go find it in the car, you could have that one. If you were here, I'd give you more than that. It's weird how most people don't even want Adderall. I offer it to them sometimes, and I've offered it to the neighbors before. I've offered it to Brandon before. JJ took one one time. He wants it, but he didn't want it that badly. He's just like, yeah, I'd go for one of those, I guess. I was like, obviously, you guys don't know how to party. Friend gets acid, tells me about it, and then wants to sell me one of them. Well, I'd definitely take that right now if I had acid. I tell you right this second. Even though that might get a little super enhanced. You never know with acid. But it doesn't seem like nowadays they really dose it very high. One time, me and my two friends snorted an entire bottle of Ritalin, and we all talked to each other at the same time for hours. And all of a sudden, we're sitting on the couch looking at the wall, and the sun was coming up. Yeah, well, that's speed for you. But yeah, if I had one of those acid, I'd take that right now for sure. I wouldn't even worry about it because very unlikely a hit of today's modern acid is going to be what I think of like a hit of acid, you know.
Who knows though?
I mean, you never know. You never know. Bit of a crapshoot with acid, but I told Brendan, it's strong, you better have 12 hours. 12 hours is not a particularly strong acid trip. That's just kind of what I call a medium length acid trip. The shortest acid trip you could possibly get would be like maybe 8 hours or 10 hours. 12 hours, I could do 12 hours standing on my head. Not if it's super, super bad trip, I could. But, well, you end up doing it anyway. You survive it, and if it's a bad trip. But yeah, I have a feeling I could. You never know with chemicals like that. If you get a strong dose, I certainly know what it's like to take too many drugs. And it's not fun. But I'd take a hit of that acid, not even worry about it. Maybe you can get more. Who knows? I asked him to give me DMT before he wasn't able to get it. It probably didn't look super hard. He's kind of got this weird thing about natural stuff versus man-made stuff that's silly.
Who?
Brennan,
Oh.
like, nature makes um, Ebola. That doesn't make it safe. The first time I got stoned, my friend's dad jumped through the basement window. So we jumped out the window on the other side of the room and ran down the street. Why did your friend's dad jump through the basement window? Like, what was he doing jumping through the basement window? I'm curious about this. Was it like his normal way of entering the basement or what? Seems like the windows were very easily. We jumped out the window on the other side of the room and ran down the street. We wouldn't open the basement door, so we went through the window. I see. So then you went out the other window. Why wouldn't you just have gone out the window in the first place when you instead of not just not opening the door, but figure at that point you got a ball, go out the window at that point.
He must have been angry.
I'm guessing he was saying like, you kids better not be smoking pot down there.
Yeah.
God damn it!
Windows are expensive.
I'm assuming he didn't break through the glass. I'm assuming it was like a window that was open. I'm guessing.
That's easy.
Oh, you think? You think you could smell it? So you smoked pot at your friend's basement with his dad home, thinking he wasn't going to be able to smell it.
Mm.
Well, snorting the Ritalin, he's never going to smell that. You're going to smell it. That's the difference between the Ritalin and the pot, right? All right, we're all the way down here in the basement. He'll never smell this weed we're smoking. He'll definitely smell the weed you're smoking. Smoke goes up, like all good things in life. That particular friend taught me how to start doing drugs. Well, you owe him a real thanks then, don't you? Nobody really taught me how to start doing drugs. I was all in from the very outset. I was like, no, I want you to give me these drugs. I'll figure it out. Sell me drugs. Although I did learn a few tricks from various people. Like, it was such a revelation the day Taylor showed me the magic of hot railing. Like, what? There's this way to do drugs I never knew about? Still seems like a miracle to me. You can do a rail and blow out a cloud of smoke. It's crazy.
I never heard of
I thought I informed you of the slang terminology and stuff, huh? Well, the hardest thing for me to learn was to avoid doing too many drugs. But usually the problem was, of course, I'm mixing with alcohol. Though not always. Because when you're already drunk and then you do drugs, you're not going to have a good time. Things are going to go bad, for sure. Also, don't smoke crack. not a good way to do drugs. Trust me, I've done it for one night. Sure, done all night smoking crack, draining my bank account to get more crack. Not even a good high. I don't even know what I was thinking. And then next I had like bronchial pneumonia. Yeah, not good for your lungs either. So I looked more into those little people mushrooms. Have you heard about those before? The little people mushrooms? Um, and what's interesting about them is, as far as everybody can tell, there's nothing psychedelic at all in the mushroom. And, but like in certain parts of China, for example, they'll have, a sign that says, like for certain kinds of mushrooms, you must let this cook at least 15 minutes or else you'll see little people. I guess if you cook it, it goes away. The thing makes you see little people. They haven't actually isolated the compound yet that is and it makes that happen. It apparently can sometimes last for you generally last for days and days. It's not seen as like a trip even. It's like, oh God, there's little people everywhere. But it's really strange that everybody has the exact same experience, like seeing literal little three-dimensional people running all everything, like climbing on your spoon, whatever, various things. I've heard it referenced somewhat as some places anyway as maybe a delirium rather than a psychedelic, but I don't. It seems like the jury's out on this, and there's nobody's really sure what's going on with this drug. But the fact that there's a kind of mushroom that, without, as far as anybody can tell, having any psychedelic kind of things in it at all, and without it also being poisonous or bad to your liver or kidney or anything like that, makes everybody who takes it have exactly the same experience of seeing all these little people, like this big people, fully rendered three-dimensional people running around doing all kinds of little shit. That is so weird. Like, how weird is that? How does anybody possibly explain that? Like, what's the evolutionary explanation for that, right? How did this mushroom evolve this weird thing where it makes human beings see for days little people running around, all doing all kinds of stuff, I guess. I'm really glad to get away from the people next door. There are various ways in which they're infuriating, depressing, and force me to think or feel things. Which it's like, just be a good neighbor and don't force me to think or feel anything. They're constantly forcing me to think or feel things all the time. I'm one of those. Maybe it's shampoo that washes right out kind of people. So I'm the opposite of looking for something to complain about. In case you don't know what I'm referencing, there's an episode of The Simpsons where Bart has gum in his hair. And Marge says, maybe it's shampoo that washes right out. It wasn't shampoo. It was gum. And Bart had to get his hair cut to get the gum out of his hair. Marge was being foolish. What are the chances he would have shampoo stuck in his hair and think it was gum? Very, very small chance of that. Oh, what? That's where the hilarity comes from? You're right. I thought it was hilarious when I first heard that joke. Like many other Simpsons things that I still remember. Like, man alive, there are men alive in here? Or Homer's fantastic hamburgerist joke. Or the amazing time that Marge said, Mommy, I'm a lucky woman. And he said, and I'm a wonderful man. I always thought that was funny. A lot of hilarious stuff on The Simpsons. Oh, God, I hear this dog whimpering. God, this is the fucking kind of shit I'm talking about. For fuck's sake, you horrible fucking people.
What happened?
I hear the dog over there whimpering.
Oh, really?
Well, it's not a big deal. He probably wants to come in and go out or whatever. It's not like he's suffering a great deal, but it's just, once again, these fucking people are forcing me to think or feel things about them and about reality.
We don't know what our neighbors are going to be like,
Well, I know, like I said, it could be out of the frying pan into the fire. That's true. We don't know that. But the difference is we'll have, we'll be expressly being like, okay, well, we're signed a year lease, and we will determine at the end of that whether we want to be here for that time or not,
This year, do you think we'll be able to find a place that is we could book for just a year?
Yeah, most leases are a year.
Oh, really?
Yeah, in an ideal world, we could get a place that's month to month. But it seems like every place we've looked at has a 1 year lease. Okay, go freaking eat your food.
Honestly, my favorite thing is when
Now you get frustrated with them like that? Because he's just such a horrible cat. Why?
like gets to you. Not much gets to you.
The meows is just like, you can ignore it for a while, but it just builds up and eventually like, okay!
Yeah.
Just shut the fuck up already. Yeah, well, I'm gonna comb you good to get as much of this hair off of you as possible. Ain't no such thing as a free eat watch, kitty. You already got free everything else in life. So, you're getting combed whether you like it or not. You're not gonna be traveling with them. Like I said, they've got a special part of the airplane underneath where it's pressurized and temperature controlled for animals to go in. They're not gonna be like next to you on the seat.
And then, like, when I purchase the tickets, I'll probably have to, like, note that I have 2 cats, right?
Oh yeah. That'll be the whole thing. They'll have their own ticket. I'm sure it's much
Yeah.
cheaper than yours, but it's gonna be
Yeah.
more than free. And yeah, we need to look into that. I mean, the first thing we need to do is get a place locked in. So then we know if we have a timetable and stuff, but we need to look into whether we're gonna have to get any additional shots or some kind of proof that they've gotten those shots, maybe, you know.
Yeah.
Because they did get those shots before we moved last time.
It's true.
At least Trouble did.
Yep.
That's how we found out Trouble has AIDS. Oh, by the way, your cat has AIDS. Your horrible cat has AIDS. Oh, great. Hopefully that'll make him die soon. Nope. He's healthy as an ox.
He'll be around forever. So will the cats stay at a place while we move in?
No, I mean, I'll be moved in. I'll come pick you up from the airport with the cats and move us all in right then.
Okay.
When you leave here, then that'll be the start of their travel day. And when they get to their new home, that'll be the end of their travel day. And it will be somewhat traumatic for them, obviously, but, you know, that's the best we can do.
Least Trouble is easy to pick up. Like I heard that the best way to put in like cats is to have the cat holder face up, like, and like kind of like drop them in.
Well, I guess that way they can't really put their legs out so much.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Wizard left. He is great. He's great. Except the only one thing bad about him is he wouldn't sell me one of his acid tabs. So that's a little bit sad. But that's fine. I would have taken it tonight for sure. But instead I took and ate these mushrooms. It doesn't seem to be very strong. Or I'm just not in the mindset to make me trip hard from it. Who knows? Mushrooms is fucking impossible to say what's going on. E3 Zombie, I'm sorry I got mad at you earlier. With me being in a pissy mood more than anything else, and also the reality that people don't get what any fucking around is. That's what I've been doing for the past several years, you know. There's nothing improvised about this at all. This is actually having a good plan, actionable plan, well-timed plan, etc. Yeah, and there's a lot of TE stuff that, you know, that it's like, I've considered many different possibilities, not all of them. I've gotten some suggestions that made me go, huh. Like Winston's mom suggested maybe getting a shorter term rental there and then spending the time in that shorter term rental, finding a longer term rental. But we're already looking at a 1 year sort of test landing spot. Anyway, this is the right decision for a variety of reasons. And it's the alternative to any, winging it, because any winging it is never accomplishing anything. Any is just thinking about possibilities. For me, that's been the nightmare of the last 3 years, has been any winging it, and it's caused me ever increasing amount of distress, being not having clarity, not having a plan, not having a purpose, etc. So I guess it touched a nerve when I saw it being framed so opposite land. Any is not about anything related at all to doing things. SE and NI are the doing stuff things, right? Like having a clear path and doing it now. That's the exact opposite of extroverted intuition winging it. And yeah, as with all TE things, only the people who have the FI can know whether something's good TE, right? Like, um, other people might say, well, you could do it this way or that way. That's the same sort of thing as the story of the mule, the little boy, and the old man. No matter how you situate it, if somebody's going to complain. If you let them all walk, then someone says, why don't you let that little boy ride the mule? If you let the little boy ride the mule, they're like, why don't you let that old man ride? What are you doing, little boy? And let the old man ride the mule. Be like, well, why don't you let both of them ride? Let both of them ride. Someone's gonna be like, poor mule. They both get off. You know that story? That's the TE thing. And and factoring in all of this stuff is the reality that if buying a place, if selling this place and buying a place now is a good idea, then selling this place and buying a place a year from now will still be a good idea. And right, you know, trying to do things efficiently, and and also recognize the challenge of actually extrovertly sensing. So, like, for example, we went back and forth a little bit today, but not too long, about whether or not to. That's a great song. That's a song I never play either. Maybe I'll play it on the guitar if I can find the chords for it. I think I have them. I know why I never play it. It's a tricky song to play. I've never quite figured out what to do with the guitar on it. Anyway, um, there are like long-term considerations, like you know, financial eventualities that are, to which Rachel will be the beneficiary, that need to be considered as well. And there's a lot of things factored in. There's a lot of complications, and so what I like about this plan is that it's simple, and it doesn't have a bunch of complications. It doesn't require me to have make a bunch of predictions about stuff I don't know yet. If you never found happiness in your own backyard, you've never really found happiness at all. Well, I'll tell you this much. It's not the case that people will be equally happy wherever they are and whatever they're doing. Like, I think Rachel and I have learned being here that we're not really woods people. We're not really being isolated out in the woods. And I'm not saying we were we couldn't be happier. It's a gorgeous house and a fucking fantastic house. We're never gonna have a house this nice again. But we also almost never went upstairs, you know. Um, and the thing is, most importantly about the woods people, the way you know we're not woods people is because we never do anything outside.
I might not do anything outside that much. Besides like, we'll be around like fast food so we can like get.
But the point is, Rachel, the reason people come to live out here,
Oh.
out in the boonies, out in the woods, where they have to drive so far from town, is because they like to be outside in the woods and stuff, right? And we might like having the beauty around us when we do step outside, but the point is, the reason people come to live back here is because that's what they want to be doing all the time. Like the neighbors, right? They're always outside doing shit, taking the dog for a walk, having lots of woodsy times.
Yeah.
Whereas the thing is, if we're not outside people here, that means we're not meant to be here. If we're not outside people there, well, that's just how it is, right? Like then that's the right place for us to be because we're not prioritizing the beauty of outside and all the natural whatevers. We would much rather prioritize closeness to McDonald's, which is what you were looking up, right? Closeness to McDonald's is more important to us than being outside in the woods. It's something that because neither of us are FI French Tech, we're not good at these kind of calculations. But the fact is, we're not meant to be out here in the fucking woods, retired when I never intended to retire in a place that's completely isolated from everybody and where it has zero job market, you know? This is obviously not where we're meant to be. And from early on when I moved here, I thought, like, so what, am I just waiting to die now? Do we have merch? Yeah, we do have some merch, I think, someplace.
Hey, Palladian friend.
I'm not even sure if that's still active or not. I think we have a link for merch, maybe. Oh, yeah. We do have a link for merch. You can get a variety of different things here. Some like t-shirts. Your basic t-shirt, you know, your number one selling basic t-shirt, which is a TFP brand on it. Get one with my face on it. I don't think anybody ever really buys them. If they do, I don't think I ever get any money from it or anything. But I don't know. I haven't thought about it in ages. You are alive. You are the most live person in all of life. You're more alive than anyone's ever been. And that's what impresses me so much about you. Because that's a lot of people who are more alive than. You're a big fan of Casey Jones's father? Is Casey Jones's father, or Casey Jones 11, I mean Casey Jones 10? Who is Casey Jones 11's father? I have no idea who that would be. You've got to explain. You've got to explain, Rylan84, or else I'll be forever unsure what you mean. Okay. So obviously, it didn't like my putting the link to the merch place because it made it infinite letters long for some reason. But you can get it in the description of the video here. It's got a link to it. The first time someone in a live stream read my comment, I felt seen. My father is dead. Thanks for reminding me. Trent, why are you a big fan of Casey Jones 11's father? That's what I want to know the answer to. Thanks, Winston's mom. You're a real hero of the world. Because your true father is Jesus? Casey Jones 11's father is Jesus? Oh. Is that the father you're a fan of? Well, I guess we're just going to have to let Rylan84 answer that question. I don't know. My father's dead. Jesus is different than my father. Yeah. Odds and gods. What's going on here with this? What is even happening? Putting in that freaking link, like, crashed the world somehow. I'm gonna have to end this whole task. Get out of here. Now, I had to actually use Control Alt Delete to deal with that. That's how big of a deal that was. Maybe there was another way I could have dealt with it, but I couldn't figure it out. Oh, Chrome didn't shut down properly, huh? Maybe that's because it was all fucked up. Maybe that's why it didn't shut down properly. But I shut it down myself, manually. I be huffing gasoline out of my grandparents' car. Do you think they're covering up what happened to Roswell? Not necessarily. Ah. You know, I would not recommend huffing gasoline. Generally, huffing is probably ill-advised as far as drug habits go. I'd avoid the huffing. I'd avoid shooting things as well. There's not really any reason to shoot things anymore. But with fentanyl so prevalent, all you need is like a couple of micrograms of it. Aliens are real, but the government doesn't know about them. I like that, Casey Jones. That's not a theory you hear very often. Aliens are totally real, and the government is just as confused about it as we are. Well then, how do we know they're totally real? Well, you're just gonna have to you're gonna have to ignore that part, right? Well, one of the more interesting things that were released in the recent obviously the government's trying to silence me. They don't want you to hear what I was about to say. Most interesting things are like the astronaut debriefing stuff. What they report seeing, multiple astronauts report seeing like on the moon and stuff. Really quite interesting, and I don't think it's bullshit either. Like, it could be. Obviously, not actual aliens. It would be attributable to something else, but I don't think that. While the debriefings may be misleading, I don't think they're factually. I don't think they're like counterfactual. Don't worry. Those ideas have long since dissolved. But I do know what you're talking about. Like, oh, how long I'll puke up my last few Adderall. Well, there's definitely some interesting stuff in there. But, and you know, I'm super, like, up in the air about the whole thing, really.
What?
I used to think, no way, possible way, aliens. Now I just generally think, like, well, there's so much no way stuff already. Like, why not no way that?
Yeah, that's true.
Like, the moon is so no way, right? No way. This moon is abnormally large that we can explain by no natural mechanism that we understand of moon formation is exactly this massive moon that we have that we need for the tides and stuff, and it'd be exactly the right size and the right plane so that it's a solar eclipse. I mean, no way, right? So maybe aliens. Who knows? I mean, you asked me 10 years ago about will AI be like it is now, be able to make a whole song in fucking 5 seconds? I'd be like, no way. But I was wrong. And this dude said, not only will it be able to do that, but you'll have a pretty good understanding of how it does, at least some of the stuff that it does. I'm like, how could it even, I can't even conceive of how it would go about doing that sort of thing. Well, now I kind of understand how it works, and you know, I've looked into it a lot. Not enough to actually do this stuff myself, obviously. I'm not like some sort of AI scientist, but I get the gist of how it operates and the different layers, like what it started out as, what it is now, compared, and the different generation improvements and how it's improved. So, in fact, I do both understand how it works by and large, and it is what it is. I never would have thought that was even conceivably possible. I think Rachel's moon theory. I don't think. Oh, right. Rachel's moon theory is she believes we landed on the moon but faked the phone call. Ah, yeah, that's a great notion. Yeah. In other words, we did land on the moon, but we didn't get good footage of it or whatever. So then they redid it on Earth. Yeah, I don't believe the moon landing was fake either. I don't know about any phone call. Was it? You mean? Was there a phone call from the moon to somebody?
I don't know. I just know the episode from like Mad Men. Like the kids and the wife are like sitting around the TV because the moon landed.
Right. And then there was audio supposedly from the moon
Hmm.
of him saying, one giant leap for mankind. But I'm assuming that's what being referred to as a phone call here. I like the idea of space travel. So I refuse to just assume it's fake. Well, I mean, you don't even have to, you don't even have to use any intellect at all. You just look up at the right time to see satellites going overhead, you know. You can utilize GPS on your phone. Some people don't believe space is real. Well, I mean, do they believe satellites are real? Or you can see them flying overhead. If, if you happen to be on the right night or whatever, you look up at the right time. I was shocked by the first time I saw Elon Musk's
Yeah.
string of satellites to provide internet. What are they called?
Skylink.
Skylink, yeah.
I remember you saying that you saw it, and I was like, no way. Like, it can't be that easy to see.
It
And then,
was
like,
shocking. It was like a big string
yeah.
all across the sky. I was
Yeah.
like, wow.
Yeah. And then when I saw it, it was exactly that.
We really live in the future.
Hmm.
And that's the thing. It's like, I was born in 71. So, you know, I've been aware, cognizant from, say, let's say 75 till now. So, I've I've borne witness to the incredible exponential arc of technology. When I was a little kid, there were 3 TV channels, and there were landlines. I didn't think they had answering machines yet. Maybe they had answering machines, but we didn't have one. I don't know. And then answering machine, and then like, so answering machine. No, they definitely didn't have them when I was a little kid. 'Cause I remember when they came out, and it was like a big deal. Like, now when you're not home, you somebody can leave a message for you. And we got some of the first publicly available computers. Apple. We didn't get like we weren't that ahead of the curve, but we had like Apple II, Apple IIe, um, around the time when it came out. And then once I got it, I was obviously caught up with everything because of like I was a kid, so you know I wanted to have all the software, and you didn't have to buy it back then because there was you crack it. Like they try to put increasingly sophisticated encryption on software, but the hackers would get increasingly sophisticated decryption. There's an app called Locksmith that could be used to break encryption on different kinds of video games. Because of course back then video games would come on like 6 or 8 floppy disks that you have to switch in and out as you change like levels or whatever. So I was there to witness the changing technology. I was there when finally they had VCRs, like, oh my god, you can record TV and watch it later. So if you're not home and there's a show you want to watch, now you can record it and you still won't miss it. You don't have to wait for reruns. Of course, it turned out to be a much bigger deal in terms of renting movies than it ever was for people recording stuff off TV. But that's not how it was originally. Like, that wasn't the original appeal of it. Yeah, you saw string satellites just randomly lying in the grass one night. Yeah, that's when I first saw them too. I wasn't looking for them. I was just outside looking up in the sky, and I was like, "What the fuck is that?"
Yeah, and you told me about it, and it's like, alright, I hope I don't see it. I bet it's not that easy to see. And then, like 2, 3 nights later, we were outside, and sure enough, it passed by, and it was exactly how Eric said, like all in a line.
Look at that, everybody. Sorry about that. I didn't mean to put this guitar on your chair. I'm sorry that I knew inevitably I was not going to be able to remove it from the chair without making you go away either. I need to remember not to put guitars on that chair for that reason. Kitty. But this won't be such a concern. The cats will have to figure out new territories when we move, but trouble is such a fucking pain. Oh my god.
Mm-hmm.
That cat is just.
He's manipulative too. Like he'll do something bad and then he'll come to you and be sweet.
Yeah. He's super smart, super evil. And just
like it has AIDS but it's gonna live forever.
And like terrible in every basic way too. Like he's filthy, he sheds an impossible amount.
Yes.
He eats an insane amount.
Mm-hmm.
He deafens us with meows, requires us to watch him eat. Just he's a fucking nightmare. The only thing I will say for him is he doesn't have a lot of vet bills because he's never gonna die. Like Satan himself, that cat will live till he's 1,000,000 years old.
Mm-hmm.
He's gonna outlive us, and
that's what I've thought before.
And then when we're dead, he's gonna shit on our graves. Ha! Meow! I win, you fucks! That's what he's gonna say.
All I wanted to do was pet you.
And you're like, all you ever did was win, you horrible cat. Now you gotta win after we're dead, too. I mean, I don't know if anybody was here for when I was coming and got all that hair off him. Like literally, you cannot get, you can get every bit of combing conceivable, and as soon as you pet him one time, just hair comes flying off again. Like, how did I not get that with all that combing? Well, because he's made out of pure evil. An infinite fount of horrible cat hair and evil.
Where is he?
I'm sure he's out torturing something. He's a super villain that we get to live with. If he weren't a cat, of course, if he were like, the only way he could even have ever integrated into our life was as a cat, right? Like, here he is. Here's that evil fuck. Just right in here. He knows maybe that we're talking about how evil he is. So
He always knows what we're talking about.
he's super smart. Yeah. In general, I have like my okay, Rachel, about your wanting to attribute human stuff to animals, but with trouble, you're 100,000% right. But he's playing all of those games completely. Well, Capita is a regular cat. Sometimes Rachel will be like, "Oh, Capita's mad at me because I wouldn't let him in." Capita doesn't operate like that. She's not sophisticated like that. Trouble is sophisticated like that. Because he has the heart of Satan and the body of Satan. Like, I mean, I think about just what an incredible, like, cancerous burden he's been since he forced his way into our family. It's really insane. Yet here we are loving this cat. And, you know, I do love him sometimes. He is certainly a character, but so was Joseph Stalin. He was very much like Joseph Stalin, I think. He seems so lovable on the outside. Hey, I'm Joseph Stalin. Who got a problem with me? I'm a big, lovable guy. I hug people. I'm Joseph Stalin. They named a city after me because I'm so nice. They call it Stalingrad. Well, you know what? Joseph Stalin was not nice. Not at all. He was not a lovable grandfather. It was all lies he was telling. Lies he was telling with his beatific meows. Other people are like, "Oh, Trevor seems like such a nice guy." He's not a nice guy at all. It's like, God damn it, I never should have allied with you to defeat the Nazis at all. Now here I am stuck with you. All because we had a mutual dislike of Hitler. What I should have realized is you dislike everything. Anyway, probably should have listened to Churchill and just gone ahead and gotten rid of Stalin when we could. Now that we haven't gotten rid of him, we're going to have like a 40 plus year Cold War. Thanks a lot, Hitler. I blame you. I blame you not only for my cat, but I also blame you for Israel behaving the way it does. You know, if it weren't for you, there wouldn't be any Israel. It would all still be the British, what do they call it? Like, the British Protectorate or something, some bullshit colonial term like that. The British, concession with Pakistan or something like that. The British concession with Pakistan. And I just feel like, look, I don't know, it was like the British protectorate, and then it had like the Jewish concession, and then the Palestine concession or something like that. I don't remember the exact terms they used for it. But that's how it was before. Britain perfectly capably ruling a bunch of Arabs and Jews in perfect peace, right? No problem. And then Hitler came around, and then all of a sudden Israel's a fucking nightmare. So they just left it in the hands of the Brits. Just saying, you know. Maybe same thing with India and Pakistan as well. Maybe they would have been better off just staying British. certainly Hong Kong would have been better off British than fucking Chinese. And maybe we should have neither lost Korea nor Vietnam. But especially not Korea. Seems obvious in retrospect. I know. Oh, you're getting your reward, huh? You're saying, listen, evil cat, I'm going to get my pets out of you.
Yes.
So that I get some benefit from this horrible relationship too. That's like me coming him. It's like,
yeah.
Listen, motherfucker, you're gonna make me come over and watch you eat, and you're gonna tolerate me coming you at the same time.
Yeah, exactly. Payback time.
Well, this is all something other people will never know what it's like to have literally the world's worst cat, because there's only one world's worst cat, and he's ours. Hi, Shad Bethlehem. How you doing? Nice to see you. Somebody I know from real life, long before I was ever on the internet. Or maybe it was on the internet in some other capacity. It's like, this is the other thing, is he doesn't like it, but he won't go away. If you don't want to pet you like that, then go away. He wants to be in control of the situation more than anything else.
Yeah, oh yeah.
He's like, okay.
Because there's sometimes he'll sit on my lap and he's loving the pets. He's purring and he's like, yeah, I'm king. And other times...
Yeah, that's more authentic kind of pleasure on his part. This is like, good. I get to be between you and Capillo.
Yes.
I get to make sure that Capillo knows that you're not hers, that you're mine.
It's true.
And I am the master of all things. Well,
Here he comes.
when he comes to be master of me now.
You.
I'm not going to pet you. I'm not going to pet you. I'm going to kick you away as I often do. Well, I mean, no. Normal cats do cat things, Shad Bethlehem. Capillo does cat things, okay? Because she's a normal cat. This fucker is not a normal cat at all.
He's coming back around to you.
He's just this satanic sociopath in meows and cat clothing. Yeah, well,
I'm wondering, how he's gonna be in the new place that we're at. When he tried to run away,
well, but you know what? He looked for a way back to Arcadia, but then he kept coming back to her house.
He's gonna look for a way.
Yeah, Capillo is a great name. It was not how I wanted to name this cat, or what I wanted to name the cat at all.
She is a sweetheart, though. It works out that way. She
is. It was a super, shitty thing that my fucking toxic ex-girlfriend did.
Really?
And named the cat Capillo. But then it stuck. It's like, well, that's what the cat's name is. So what are you gonna do? It's like, can't pretend the cat's name is something else. I mean, it's true that she would not have been able to do that to me had I had a name for the cat, which was already many months old. It was just named it Cat or Kitty or whatever. Because that woman wanted to name the cat after somebody that I had a fling with. For some fucking reason.
She's borderline.
And what's even worse is that somebody I had a fling with is not named Lucy or June or something. It's named fucking Capillo.
Yeah, to the point where when the family member.
Yeah, nobody who ever knows actual Capillo who hears my cat's name is going to have any mistake of thinking that it's with reference to that Capilla, which it is.
Yeah. Except for
It
Corey,
wasn't. I didn't want to reference it.
Corey and
Liz.
Liz, yeah, we're like super weirded out by Capillo's name.
Well, I mean, again, I didn't name the cat Capilla. But it's also the case that I couldn't fight the reality of it. And after like a couple of days of me saying, "Hey, Capilla," oh God, is that really this cat's name?
Yeah, like honestly, like really, because like they were so weirded out. Like I remember, yeah.
Yeah, well, I'm sure at the time I was with Kimberly too, so I couldn't. I don't know if I was. I don't know. I
No,
did,
no,
obviously.
yeah,
Because you were there to see
yeah,
it,
'cause
so
they
I
were
could
like-
not have been with Kimberly.
They
Because you
were
were
like,
there to see
what?
it.
I still can't get over the fact that your cat's name is named after Caprio.
Yeah, well, now I can explain it as well as toxic bitch being toxic. But I'm not sure I had that good of an explanation for it then.
You did say that she picked it out.
Yeah. I feel like I probably didn't really have a good sense of why, like, why she would have done that. But now it's simple enough to explain it. Toxic bitch being toxic. Tell chat who Capilla is to you. Oh, right. Chad Bethlehem. Capilla is Chad's, what, half sister? Stepsister? Something like that. Did you know that she knows you have a cat named after her? I don't know if she knows that or not. I have no idea. I'm not obviously trying to hide that fact from anybody. But I'm not going out of my way to tell Capilla anything at all, really. So I suppose if I were to go out of my way to tell Capilla something, it might be that my cat is named after her. But that's very unlikely to happen. Last time I saw Capilla was at Corey and Liz's house, and she was so drunk, and she kept trying to force feed me chocolate that I did not want to eat from her filthy fingers. I was like, oh my God, Capilla, please stop. Just get away from me with this chocolate. I don't want to eat it. You've got to try it. It's so good. I don't want any of this fucking horrible chocolate that you're trying to feed me. Like all melted in her filthy fingers and stuff. Oh. Or at least try to give me a chocolate that's in a wrapper or something, you know? Who's gonna want to eat a chocolate that is partially melted in between people's fingers? Nobody wants to eat that. You know, like Rachel and I are like fairly newly going out. She's like, well, what is this fucking insanity going on around here? Wow, welcome to Corey and Liz's house. You know? It's non-stop insanity around here. Yeah, good times. Well, we're good times too. The time I was hitting that DMT pen like ain't nobody's business. Oh, one time I yelled at Liz, got mad at her though. I think I may have been on DMT. I'm not sure what drug I was on. I was super happy and having such a good time, and I just wanted to play the guitar over there, and she just kept like insisting I do something else, and I got really mad at her. I yelled at her, and we left. I think I apologized later, but enough already. Just let me play the guitar over here without you forcing me to do something else. You know, talk about ruining a wonderful drug time. Oh, you tried it, but you didn't think you did enough? Wow. I mean, like, various people will tell you that so-called breakthroughs on DMT. Like, I hit the shit out of that stuff as hard as you could possibly hit. And I certainly had excellent DMT trips. But I never saw any elves or other people say I didn't have a breakthrough. Well, those people are just projecting their own freaking subjective experiences onto other people. Being like, you're not describing your subjective experience magically enough, so therefore it's inadequate in some way. Well, those people are what I call tards. You know, mystical types. All right. Not necessarily the case that people that say that are retarded. But I certainly don't think Corey's retarded, but he did seem to think that somehow I was doing it wrong, and that's why I didn't have a breakthrough experience. Like, look, dude, I hit this shit as hard as any man could possibly hit it. You're not dealing with some young blood here who doesn't know how to do drugs. You probably didn't hit it hard enough because he was probably like, be careful. But man, I wish I could get a GMT pen. I wish Brennan would have sold me one of his 2 tabs of acid. Tells me a story about how somebody gave him 2 tabs of acid. Doesn't want to do them with me, nor does he want to sell me one of them. Well, don't even tell me about it then. Well, I get it. I get not wanting to part with them, totally. But then that's why you don't tell me about them. That's fine. I did successfully buy mushrooms from him, so It's just me being a little bit drug greedy, I guess. It's also the case that the mushrooms are not very strong, or at least I'm not tripping very hard tonight, and I'm on a super clean head for me. But that's not his fault. It looked fine. I'm tripping somewhat. Just not very hard. Like if I ate a quarter of this, then I'd probably be fine. But I only ate an eighth of them. Well, the natives are fighting again. Hi, Gail. Welcome back. Your last real psychedelic experience with shrooms. Shrooms are a nice one for anybody to take because fairly short trip, fairly, I'd say, low risk of bad trip. Although Rachel doesn't they don't suit Rachel well, but by and large, I would say that it's not particularly common. For most people, mushrooms are there. Unless you have access to DMT, mushrooms are the safest psychedelic bet because they're not so hardcore as acid, and or at least not so hardcore as acid can be. Acid, like you got an acid trip of same strength as the eighth of mushrooms, and it gets to last longer than mushrooms. It's not anything particularly different. Yeah, well, oh, you want to do shrooms again, huh? Well, you should come up here before we move, and we'll do mushrooms together. And it is a limited amount of time we're moving soon to the East Coast, so if you want to do that, come on this month. We'll do it for sure. What are you possibly meowing about? Like, didn't I already watch you eat? I'm just standing up, so you think, well, maybe I can make Eric watch me eat again. Well, listen, here's the thing that you don't seem to have gotten through your head. I don't want to watch you eat. I don't like to watch you eat. Oh, are you complaining because this bag's on the chair? Alright, well, that's fair. I'm sorry I left the bag on your chair. That was not acceptable of me. Otherwise, how are you going to conveniently get up onto the table without having to jump? He's such a spoiled baby. Like, not only do I have a chair for him to get up onto this little table, I also have a chair for him to get up onto the water, neither of which Kapia ever uses. Like, she just jumps up onto the thing from the ground. But he is a lazy, entitled sociopath. And look at how he's controlled this. He's got me putting chairs here for him, chair there for him, apologizing when I leave a bag on the chair. A bag of his food, of course, which he's eating, once again, an impossibly large amount of. What a... You're a real Rasputin. I think that's the best kind of word for you. You're a real Rasputin. You're a charmer of ladies. and a complete sociopath. Like, how many times did they try to kill Rasputin before they were able to successfully kill him? A lot of times. That would be like trouble. Except nobody's trying to kill him. But I'm sure if anybody did, they would not succeed. They have to poison him, shoot him, and throw him into a frozen river before they did the trick. Look, it's like infinite hair comes off this chest. Seriously, infinite. Just like infinite food goes into this cat. I could watch him eat a full plate of food. Next time I stand up, he'll be like, meow, or go, okay. Come in here, watch me eat another whole plate of food. Like, you gotta be fucking kidding me. What? You, how could you possibly be using all those calories you eat all the time? What are you doing that uses up so many calories? You're not getting fatter. You eat many times more food than Capito does. I guess being a sociopath is just calorie intensive. Off he goes to his water, which he also will not drink it if it's not fresh enough. Is that fresh enough for you, Your Highness? Okay. I understand the water question thing. I wouldn't want to drink water after somebody else has been licking it either. I no more want to do that than I want to eat some of Capillo's chocolates. It's like, no, I don't want to drink the water you've been licking.
You're so cute.
Thanks. This again, huh? Oh, computer. You think that just because I'm not doing anything doesn't mean I want you to stay on.
Can I rub your cheeks?
Of course, that's what they're for. Oh yeah, bad acid trips are terrible.
That's why I rejected.
bad acid trips are terrible. But you know, there's if you are tripping hard beyond a certain point, like there's no avoiding a bad trip really. So okay, I took too much acid. I'm tripping too fucking hard. It might be in moments less or more bad, but the whole thing's a fucking nightmarish fucking terror fuck, you know. Hi, TJ. I wonder how fish sticks would taste dipped in buffalo wing sauce. Probably like buffalo fish sticks. We went to a Chinese restaurant earlier, but I was pretty grossed out by the guy coughing and stuff in the back.
Yeah.
Which probably will make us sad. I'm not sure if we're going to go there again, even though I like the food there. But
Yeah, but that's.
yeah, it kind of grossed me out. Made me wonder Well, I was there though also about a phenomenon I see in the young country boys around here, say 18, 16 to 20 something,
Oh, it's so
who like
ugly.
to wear their hat on top of their head like this instead of pulling it down onto their head properly. I I don't get that. Like, why would you wear your hat like this? I mean, maybe not like all the way on top. Maybe just pull it down a little bit like that. Like, just pull your hat down all the way. You know, what are you doing? It's like a farmer thing too. It's like the kids who drive in trucks and probably raised on branches and stuff, and you know, there's like white bro money. Probably listen to country music. They're identifying themselves as we may be in California, but we're not that kind of California. Vote red, listen to country, drive trucks, and wear our hats in a ridiculous fashion. That's just how we roll. What's going on here? I'm gonna little flashlight and see what's going on here. Hey, I've got a flashlight too. So I can look at things too. What's going on over there with the flashlight? I don't know. I'm looking for something with a flashlight over there. It's up on the street. Not my property, not my problem, obviously. Wow. Things look so weird. There's tears and crying across the street. Maybe that links to whatever it is they're looking for. I could go offer to help, but I don't think they'd appreciate that. Hmm. Oh, it's an interesting case study. It's like in a vacuum, like things are different than when you live across the street from it for a long time. But in a vacuum, it's an interesting case study of like how much distress you hear somebody expressing. It's just like emotional crying and stuff. No, I'm not talking about hearing physical violence or anything, but before you say, all right, hey, are you okay? Is there anything I can do to help? In this case, you would not be welcome, I assure you. And because you're already like trying to be quiet to, to like not have neighbors here. So we'll just allow them that reality of maybe it's shampoo that washes right out. And right now, because I'm on mushrooms and Adderall, I don't really have any particular, like, it's not making me feel anything emotionally, really. But okay, well, it's also crying and fighting. It's just, that's fine. As long as I'm not hearing the dog whimper or the children crying or something, it doesn't bother me. Well, I'm sorry to hear that, Chandler. I felt that way plenty of times. I'm sure I said to myself at some point today, I hate myself, I wish I were dead. But today I didn't mean it at all. Other days, in the past, I've meant it a lot more, you know. How did I snap out? Well, I didn't snap out. I had gradual improvement over time. And the main thing that helps with distance from the the traumatic events that I was reacting to a lot, you know. My dad shot himself, and in general, the last couple of years of my parents' life where I was involved with them, I have a lot of regrets about how I should have done things better. But so in the aftermath of that, uh, it was a very long process, really, several years. And you know, it's been what, like, when did that happen? 2022? It's crazy that it was only that long ago. But but the thing is, me hating myself and wanting to die, not really wanting to die, but wishing I were dead, and a lot of times, um, that that didn't exactly stem from the specific trauma, but just all the understanding that I had afterwards of all the ways in which my less wise self had failed, and stretching back to childhood and all kinds of relationships. And that was pretty brutal, you know. It's like I had to re reckon over my whole life and adjudicate every single failing of mine and come to start terms with how horrible it was in a way that I hadn't had to come to terms with prior because I was a child. And then, you know, even the last several years I spent basically remaining a child and it getting increasingly distressing to me because um, I needed to grow up. Well, now I've got a plan and we're acting upon it and all kinds of stuff. I'm super blessed that I was able to have this like 3 year long hiatus of just doing nothing because I was trying to process shit or whatever. But obviously, that whole thing was never intended to be a retirement for me. And I'm not well suited to not have stuff specific to do, you know. A little stimulant can't hurt, but no. I've done decks. Stems are horrible garbage for the person. Oh yeah, well, I'll tell you that for sure. If you are depressive, then the dopamine crash is fucking brutal. Whereas if you're not, then it doesn't matter, really. For Rachel, she's not depressed at all, but for her, the dopamine crash is unbearable. That's why she doesn't take it anymore.
Yeah, it's not worth it. It feels terrible. I'm in agony.
Like the come down is way
Yeah,
worse than
it
the
is.
up for her. So, yeah, you shouldn't take amphetamines for depression. There's not any good. There's not really any good chemical solution for depression. I don't think. They had me on Wellbutrin. It helps a little bit. Um, it reduced the amount of negative self talk, and then I also found that taking Rachel's fluoxetine made it like it didn't reduce the quantity of negative self talk, but it made it hurt less. You know, those helped a little bit. The bottom line is you've got to get out of whatever state of being you're in that's making you depressed. So, like for me, it meant I needed to stop being avoidant of everything, address actual questions directly, come up with a plan of action that made sense, and do it, you know? And whether or not, like, but the thing is, it's not like those things solve depression. It's like those things were enabled as my depression went away, you know? Oh, you finally got the Wellbutrin you wanted, huh? Oh, I thought you weren't able to get that. Oh, she just wants you off of it. Oh, well, I hope you tell her to go fuck herself. Because one thing about Wellbutrin is, oh, modafinil is what you were trying to get, and she wouldn't give you modafinil. That's ridiculous. Wellbutrin and modafinil have the same kind of impact, which is it does make you more productive, but not happy about it. It's just like irritating to not be productive. No, you use kratom. I mean, the thing is, Chandler, Chandler, is that mental health stuff, it doesn't, like, unless you have like a mental illness, like schizophrenia, bipolar mania, or something like that, mental health stuff, it can be very valuable to be on certain kinds of medications to get you through periods of time and stuff. But I think ultimately, um, depression and anxiety are things that, like, even if you get a medical solution for it temporarily, when you go off of it, then you get like this rebound thing that makes it even worse, right? Like, I was not prescribed, but they were taking it just for kicks, shits, and giggles, I guess. This stuff called, I forget even what it's called now. This is the bottle? I think this is the bottle. Yeah. Boost bar. I just pop into the boost bars for a few days here and there. Yeah. I take one. Or maybe I take every day for like a week or something. I don't know. And boy, when I stopped taking it, I never experienced anxiety so brutal as that. It was just like way worse than any anxiety I ever had that I would be treating with the thing in the first place, right? So That's the issue with. I'm not talking about mental illness, right? That's different. But mental health stuff like people being in a more or less state of distress of just their being, depression, anxiety, slash self concept stuff, self loathing, self worth, self care stuff. That stuff will never be adequately solved by any drug, you know? It's not a solution. It's not a thing in search of a drug solution. It's a thing in search of a life solution. I was on a Lanspeene for a bit, and mixing kratom with it made it difficult to swallow food. That's kind of important swallowing, yeah. Look, we checked for possible drug interactions before Rachel started taking this clappa kidney stone stuff, and I said it would be fine. I think she was on. And in fact, I think we have some good news, everybody. I believe we have some very good news, but I don't want to be too premature about it. But I think I feel pretty confident because before, if you stopped taking this shit for a day, you'd be in pain, right? It appears that somebody has passed her kidney stone.
Yay.
Oh yeah, who would prescribe opioids for depression?
Oh my god.
What kind of insane doctor are you
That's
dealing
like
with?
looking for trouble.
Oh, are you depressed? You want some heroin? Don't worry, it's not street heroin. I find that a lot of my depressed patients seem a lot happier after I've given them fentanyl. As long as I only talk to them while they're on the fentanyl, anyway. What kind of insane doctor would prescribe opioids for depression? It just goes to show you how stupid fucking doctors are. It's like, listen, doctors, would you just get out of the way of me and the drugs I want? You're just a fucking barrier I have to jump over and cost money and stuff to get drugs that I to get, right? Like, if I really wanted to do the research, I'm sure I could figure out exactly what drug I should get for my diabetes as well. But instead, no. I gotta go take a bunch of tests, go to the doctor, pay a bunch of money for them to give me exactly the same drugs I was told them they're gonna give me in the first place. Like, Rachel wanted to get, Rachel has this kidney stone. They prescribe her like 3 days of the Flomax for some reason at the fucking emergency room, like 1 week of it or something.
Yeah.
And then we have to go find this online doctor who's like, okay, I'll get you 30 more days of it, I guess. I'm not going to require any additional tests. And then for the last one, we go down to the fucking urgent care. Like, well, normally we don't do this. And you'd have a primary care physician to be doing this. All to get 30 more days of Flomax, which is exactly what we knew she needed from the very fucking outset, right? The kid just prescribed her like, I don't know, 90 of those pills. Why not? It's not like, who's abusing Flomax?
No, exactly. Because the research in that kidney stones of 5 millimeters can take up to 30 to 45 days.
I've read as far as 60 days even.
Yeah, probably. Because the doctor that we went to urgent care made it seem like 5 millimeters actually is a pretty decent sized stone.
No, it is decent size, and I get the fact that if we couldn't pass it, we have to do something.
Yeah.
But like, why are we having to jump through these hoops for you to get, for you to, and for them to be telling us shit like, well, normally we don't do this. Well, I mean, why is this hard at all? Why is this? Why it's just like, why is this even a prescription drug, Flomax? Right, like, why do we need to have a prescription? Because people are out there wanting to pee recklessly. Once we let it off out there in the general population of drugs, it's going to be a non-stop urine flood everywhere. People are going to have their feet wet. Or what kind of insanity are we dealing with here? Anyway, she passed her kidney stone, so that's a big relief because, like, if we were gonna have to get that sonic kidney stone destroying thing, it's like 10 grand. So I'm super glad we don't have to do that. That's a big relief. Well, she was in a lot of pain, obviously agony. Rachel doesn't really seem to feel her physical pain very much, and I never see her like wince or anything. She was in agony until we took her to the hospital, and then they gave her some Flomax and some Tylenol, and she was fine. And then from that point forward, she's been fine as long as she was on the Flomax. She didn't really have any discomfort. As soon as she stopped taking it, the pain would come back, the discomfort would come back. But it never got anything like it was the first day. Anyway, I'm super glad it's resolved. Not just for financial reasons, obviously. I'm glad for Rachel's health and everything. And also, I'm glad that we don't have to have uncertainty about it anymore. You know, like, I don't know what we're going to, how long we're going to try to pass this normally before we go pay for that thing. I have to have all those kinds of back and forth in my head where they're nice and resolved now. So that's wonderful news. That's wonderful news. Another bit of wonderful news equivalent to that was me. Yeah, like some time ago, I don't remember when it was exactly. I called the place where that little car came from. I was like, "Do you guys buy these little cars sometimes?" They're like, "No. We don't ever buy them. There's no market for used whatever." Okay, well, I guess there's no market for these things, and I can't really get anything for it, I guess. Well, it turns out I can get 10 grand for that thing. I got offered 10 grand today. Was it today? Still? Yeah, today. I took the offer, but now I'm gonna realize that I fucked up a little bit because, like, um, I never put it in. I have the bill of sale and everything. I have the title and all that stuff, but I never actually put it in my name. Because, like, why bother, right? It's not like you drive it out on the street or anything. Well, I also realized that he left the bill of sale, like the amount blank. I didn't really think about it. So before I took pictures and stuff, I just put in the amount I paid for it. Well, probably he left it blank because if I put it a lower amount, I have to pay less car registration. And probably I'm going to have to pay car registration for the past several years on this thing that I put the actual cost of. And I'm probably going to have to get the title put into my actual name before I can actually sell it to these people. So I'm a little frustrated with myself about all that stuff. But I mean, I guess I could cross out the one and put $7,000 for what we paid for it. And that would be, I'm sure, a substantial savings on car registration. I don't really know anything about these little cars, so I'm not sure how much of a mistake that was or not. Can I see that eyebrow rake you just used? The eyebrow rake? I mean, like this thing? I use this. I use this for all kinds of things. I'm guessing that's what you're referring to. I use this for like inconceivable number of things, and it never seems to get dirty or anything. It's like dental gear, you know. Other things I play with are this little spoon. This is a common thing that you'll see. I put this on my nose, put this over my eyebrows, maybe. Um, Other things I play with, I mean, I have tweezers, but I don't really play with them very much. And this is just a tool for poking the bone with. I don't play with this really. Things that I play with are just really the spoon and this little dental pick, which is a thing of a billion uses. Like, how does anybody live without one of these dental picks nearby? I don't even know. I couldn't even tell you all the different things I use it for. So many things I use it for that I probably don't even think about the fact that I'm using it at all. You have a feeling. You know the value of a good dental pick. Why are you here? Go away. Your mother has been giving you so many pets, and now you come over to try to control me too. I don't like you sitting by my feet. Go over there. Dental pick looks sweet, better than wooden toothpicks. Well, you know, there are advantages to both. Wood's softer, so it has a little give to it. But I prefer this, obviously. It's like, sometimes you need the flosser thing, too, depending on the kind of problem you have. But if you work at it enough with the dental pick, it'll get it out. Some of them are nice, but most just want to fuck me. I'm sorry to hear that, Gil. I'm sorry to hear that they sexualize you so much. Experience many side effects from your meds? I'm sure you're talking to Gil. But for me, yes, I do experience many side effects. like enthusiasm, fun, then growing sense of malaise, despair, anxiety. I don't really think that's implicit to the Adderall cycle for me. I think it's been descriptive the last few years because I've been doing it instead of something rather than to do something. Like Adderall is great if you got something you're passionate about. Adderall is fantastic if you got something you're passionate about. Like empowers you beyond all measure. But if you just have self-loathing and despair, well then, that's not going to work very well. I just have one of the unfortunate side effects of Adderall is maybe I'm somewhat less emotionally available to Rachel or something. Just, I mean, that's just in general going to be, if I'm fixated on work of some kind, then whatever kind of work that is, I'm going to be somewhat less available. You need to taper benzos? Yeah, well, if the only good reason to be prescribed benzos, in my opinion, is if you have a mental illness, like Rachel does, not if you have mental distress. Rachel needs to be on benzos. They're the third component of a 3-drug magic bullet that makes her completely sane. And I've seen her in various incarnations of badly treated, completely untreated, and properly treated. So I can assure you, and I've seen her with, you know, one of the three, two of the three, and then all three of the three. It was crazy when the doctor put that final drug in place, and it's like she took it, and it's supposed to take a long time for her bloodstream or whatever. It was a fluoxetine, I think was the last one. But she took it, and like literally, I don't know, like half an hour later, and like, oh, this is the first time I've ever met actual Rachel, who's completely sane. It's super obvious. It's crazy. It was the craziest thing I've ever been a part of. Just have this woman who had been improperly treated for a decade, kept as a cash cow, being treated for things like cannabis addiction when she had bipolar mania. Even though she told people the cannabis helped her, they didn't listen to her at all. Anyway, after she came to live with me, and I I was with her for when she was poorly treated, and then she stopped taking her meds, and I got to see a full-fledged psychotic break and what that actually means. I got to see a woman who literally did not sleep a wink for at least a solid week. And I'm erring heavily on the side of conservative. And I got to see what that looks like, And then I got to see what it looks like when, you actually treat the person with the right drugs, and just how, like, wow, what a shocking difference. So Rachel needs to be on benzos because that's part of her 3-piece magic bullet. But in general, benzos you should not be prescribed for things that you don't need that for. Like, people should not be prescribed benzos for anxiety. What do I think about California politics right now? I don't think about it. I actively avoid thinking about politics as much as possible. Well, benzos are a short-term treatment for anxiety in the sense that they'll chill you out, right? But if like it's fine to prescribe benzos, like I get afraid of flying and I have to take a flight, a 7-hour flight. Okay, well, here's a couple of Valiums for you to be prescribed. That's fine. But what I'm saying is, if like you're going to the doctor and saying, I've got severe long term anxiety, benzos are not a good solution to that because that's not addressing the anxiety at all. It's just making you feel chilled out more. And and it's one of those things that have like a rebound thing too. Like if you get accustomed to being chilled out by benzos, then you stop taking them. And first of all, then your anxiety will just normalize to being on benzos. So you'll be just as anxious as you were before, except now you're on benzos. And then if you try to stop taking your benzos, then your anxiety will be massively more. And plus, you'll have sudden benzo stopping problems like withdrawal from benzos. Apparently, you're not supposed to stop them all of a sudden. It'd be bad for you. I every once in a while take half of one of Rachel's Clonopins. I took one what 2 days ago.
Something like that. I don't know.
I wonder if that has to do with the mushrooms not hitting very hard.
Oh, maybe.
I didn't think about that.
Yeah, it could be.
If I just took that Klonopin like last night or something.
No, it wasn't last night.
Okay, was it 2 nights ago?
I don't know. I don't know if it was that long ago, because remember I ran out.
No, it was right after we got your new bottle.
Oh.
What day you get your new bottle?
Oh, a couple of days ago.
Yeah. So, I didn't take it last night because if I had taken it last night, I would have been sleeping thinking, no. Is it bad to think the only cure for anxiety is building courage? Pills will only give you a window to replace the drug with actual courage. I mean, anxiety is not about a lack of courage, right? It's like when I was at my most anxious points, I maybe be anxious about the same things, but it would be amplified a shit ton, right? Like instead of, oh, I'm a little anxious about this upcoming bill I got to pay. Like normally I might feel like this, oh, I've been putting that off, I gotta do that. And then if I'm feeling a little more anxious, it'd be like, oh, it's giving me anxiety. And then if I'm super anxious, it's like, I'm crazy anxious about this thing that has no deserving of that much anxiety at all, right? It's completely like disproportionate to the thing. So in that regard, it's not really, there's no, being more courageous is not a solution, right? But when you remember, anxiety isn't about a lack of bravery or something. It's about a disproportionate response to the same stimuli everybody else has. It's like I wasn't scared of paying the bill, you know. I was like maybe putting it off or whatever, and maybe that bill is part of a larger financial anxiety that I was avoiding dealing with or something. But at the end of the day, the anxiety was not a lack of courage about anything. It was a hyper vigilant state of like, it's like a super hyper vigilant state, right? It's like I have to be hyper aware of the risks of everything, or else somehow I'm gonna be caught unawares or something. And that gets overblown, and then all of a sudden things that aren't even really real threats become crippling in how you feel, And it's like when you're in the middle of an anxiety attack, it's crazy. You can't breathe. I like would try to run up to the street and be like, there's nothing here. No matter where I run to or run away from, I cannot get away from this feeling of panic, right? Isn't that normal? What, like panicking about stuff? No, it's not. And the thing is, what was causing me a terrible anxiety at that moment wasn't even something I could possibly be brave about. It was like existential stuff, like my own inevitable death, aging, stuff like that, causing me a lot of anxiety about like who am I anymore? My body's gonna last, stuff like that. That it's not a lack of courage. There are harsh realities growing older that, and if I were in a mentally well state, would give me anxiety, but would be part of a rich tapestry of life, right? But in a mentally unwell state, we're just all consuming sources of panic. There's this other aspect of intrusive thoughts, right? Like if like intrusive thoughts of death continually come into your head, and the problem with intrusive thoughts is they intrude, right? You don't get to, you're not picking. I like to think about death again, you know. It just arrives unbidden because it's a knowledge function, and that's how it works. You know things instantaneously, you receive that knowledge. It's not something you select or determine at all. There's no get process involved. Wow. Is that no, that's a beetle. I was like, if that's a spider, that's a fucking gigantic spider. But no, it's just a big beetle. I saw a pretty fucking massive spider over here earlier, though, like yesterday or something. Maybe today. It's like, if you're gonna be a big spider like a tarantula, fine, okay. And you're a big spider and you're a tarantula and you do your thing. And like, if I see you crossing the road, I'll help you get to the other side. But if you're not a big spider like that, then you got no business being big. All right, you're just stay under about this big, and that's about your right size for you. You get like a big old fast spider, it's like, okay, you need to make your decision. Are you going to be a tarantula, or are you going to be just this hideously big spider that just grosses me out so much? And obviously, it made that decision to be the hideously big spider. I still wouldn't kill it if it were outside, obviously. I'm not going to kill something just for being needlessly gross and big and a spider. But if it were inside the house, well, I'm sorry, bro. You're just too big to be living in the house. You're gonna have to, and I'm not. You're too big for me to move outside either. So I'm sorry, bro. Your big, fat, gross, juicy self is getting squashed. You've committed the sin of being too large for a spider to be without being a tarantula. Well, someone was lost and everybody's looking for it. That's what is up with the flashlights and stuff. It was like a small to medium-sized house spider. I saw this depressing thing that's on YouTube that said basically, don't bother if you save a spider by like moving it someplace else, it dies right away anyway because it's not where it wants to be. I was like, oh, guess I might as well just smash them then. Because the thing is, um, there's a certain kinds of spiders like, okay, I can coexist with you. Like, I saw a spider in the kitchen today. It was a little spider, and I was just like, I'm not sure where you're going or what you're up to, but I'm just not going to even bother with you at all. You're fine. You're not, you're a coexisting spider. And there's other spiders that you're like, okay, I cannot coexist with you because you're in my space in some fashion, and or you're like being gross in some way. Yeah, being too big, or looking at me or something. Well, then at that point, I always, it used to be more like, oh, what should I do? Should I put it outside? I think nowadays I'm more just like, okay, Eric, like, across that threshold, you're just gonna have to just kill it. There's no middle ground with spiders. Just either kill it or leave it alone, and that's it. There's no taking it outside or anything. It doesn't want you to take it outside. And you don't want to take it outside. And if it doesn't want to die, it shouldn't be gross inside your house. So, I'm sorry, Mr. Spider, but I'm officially saying you guys right now, I'm making the formal announcement so you can't complain about it later, that you may be let live here or you may die here. There's no other middle ground, right? Like, I'm not taking you outside. So if you have any expectations that maybe you'll be given safe passage to outside, you can just disillusion yourself of those misconceptions right now. I've made that connection myself. I connect with the spider in a way. The harm the spider is vulnerable to is not different to my own vulnerability. And yet, my own interests Just as a spider has its interests, and its interests are not aligned with mine, I'm not going to allow its interests to interfere with mine too much. And if it does, then I'm going to kill it. I don't go out of my way to kill them, but yeah. But yeah, if, for example, if Rachel complains about a spider, I'm not gonna be like, "Oh, come on, let that spider live." I just kill it for sure. One time, Rachel wanted me to kill something, and I did, and I felt really bad about it afterwards. And that was outside, and that was a wasp that was on the ground. It was a interesting ground wasp that I'd been watching for a while do its weird thing it was doing. And maybe when I drew Rachel's attention to it, she's like, "Wow, it's a wasp, kill it." And I did, and I felt bad about it. Is the political context of that statement? I don't think there's any political context to it. There's nothing generalizes about how we should like treat bugs, right? Like there's a there's a universal virtue ethic of suffering is bad, I suppose. It, I think everybody acknowledges, but it's not argumentationally defensible the way that some other moral claims are. Um, so it's not really possible to say somebody's been wicked because they've killed bugs, for example. But it's nevertheless the case that we can see people who take pleasure in the suffering of other things as being somehow broken people or deficient in their humanity or deplorable in some regard. And I certainly think that, like, for example, whether or not you eat meat is unrelated to the question of whether you, how killing or hurting something makes you feel, right? Like, I eat meat because I want to eat meat. And I don't kill it myself because I fucking hate that. It would tear me to pieces. There's some ridiculous idea that some people have that says, well, if if you're going to be okay with eating it, you should be okay with killing it too. That's how you get the meat. It gets killed. Well, but why is that the case at all? There's absolutely no reason whatsoever for that to be the case. In fact, there's the unpleasant should in order to be okay eating wheat, should I have to harvest the wheat myself? I also would hate harvesting wheat though for different reasons. So I don't. People have tried to make this ridiculous argument that, well, if it were actually okay to eat meat, then you'd be okay with killing them. No, because I don't like killing, but I still want to eat meat, right? Like, for example, I would, most people would be like, wow, this thing got hit by a car. It's dead. Okay, I'm going to eat it now. In order for it to be okay for me to eat it, would I have to hit it with a car myself? It's insane. When you think about it at all, it's completely insane. Insane. It makes no sense whatsoever. But people like to say that thing. Like, somehow, like, my subjective experience of killing would be informative at all regarding whether it's okay to eat meat. It's not informative at all. No, what's worse than that show media is much worse. If I had to kill my own meat to eat meat, I'd get desensitized to killing. That's much worse, right? I don't think any of us is made more human by being um, desensitized to killing. The idea of these fucking hunters are like, you know, if people get your meat from the supermarket, you don't know what it really is to. You haven't earned that meat like I did. No, we have earned that meat because we raised those animals to be eaten. Unlike the wild animal that you just shot, you did not earn any speck of that, right? You just went, that animal earned all of its fat and swords and everything by itself living in the wild, and then you are stealing them. They're not earning anything at all. That's the opposite of earning something. That's plunder. In contrast, cows and us have a deal. You know, we'll raise you, feed you, protect you from disease, and eventually kill you and eat you. If we didn't have that deal with cows, there wouldn't be any cows around. Nobody would keep cows around as pets. Unless you're in India. They give a lot of laugh something important. I don't know what it is. I could help them look. Oh, no, that's kind of do much good, but might help a little bit. Put some lights on. I wish my like work light thing worked. I could put the little car lights on here. Hey, you want me to put some lights down there? Maybe help you look. You want me to put some? I got a little car. I can put the headlights down there, help you look a little bit, maybe. All right, yeah, I'll do that right now. Oh, I'll bring the little car and turn the lights on for you right now. Okay, so let me go help that with that. That's something I could do to be a little helpful at least. Not much, I don't think. I don't know if they're going to be able to find whatever it is they're looking for, but if I could go looking down in the gully, it's like somebody threw something that they shouldn't have thrown, is my guess. Otherwise, why in the hell would they be looking in the gully? Oh, coming in here reminds me of the fucking disaster of a cat box situation I got to clean up. Which I want nothing at all to do with. I just want to not even look in that direction. Oh. how can there be so many pieces of cat shit in one place? It's impossible to me. Like, listen, you can't just go outside already. You're not getting the message I'm trying to send you. Yes, I know I left the cat box there, but that's just a formality. You're not supposed to actually go to the bathroom and that. But which direction is reversed? That way.
I'm the kid's dad. And I used to live here. I would always hear you guys outside singing and playing music. You guys wouldn't have even been outside tonight when all that went down.
I mean, I've been in and out the whole time because I smoke cigarettes. I'm always coming outside to smoke cigarettes.
Okay.
I wasn't paying that much attention. I heard some fighting and stuff. Yeah, but
okay. I was just hoping that maybe you guys were sitting outside and you heard it and you heard the key come down this way or up that way. I mean, it's just a little black key, so it's gonna be real hard for me to find it.
Well, it's gonna be impossible.
So
I mean,
she just got the car for her and the kids, so it's like, I gotta do what I can.
Well, I mean,
honestly, like,
I'll point it there, sure. That's no problem. But I don't think you're gonna find it.
Yeah, so I'm just not sure if he went on this side of the road or that side. She said he chucked it. He said it's in the car, but I can't go look in the car until the sheriff leaves.
Oh, the sheriff's here?
Yeah.
I didn't know the sheriff was here.
He's going to.
I don't know if this is
No, honestly,
helpful or
I
not.
appreciate the effort. I don't.
This doesn't really point down very much, you know?
Honestly, I need to come back during the day because I'm just going to be walking out with my.
Yeah, this is insane, right? It's insane to try to look at this at nighttime. Yeah.
I got some stuff to do tomorrow, so I'll probably be back here on Sunday to.
Well, sure, feel free to look around wherever you want to look around.
Yeah, and I kind of did a quick little walkthrough on the other side, a little walkthrough down here, but I mean, really, the lights from this, unless you were to like park like on a downhill slope, it's just showing everything up here, not too much.
Right,
down,
yeah,
so.
I could go park up there, but I still think it'd be better served to look for it in the light, or find an alternate key in some fashion, right?
It's going to cost you about $1,200 for a brand new key.
$1,200 for a key?
Yeah, it's a Mini Cooper.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah.
Mini Coopers are... I'm fucking donating my fucking broken down Mini Cooper right now because it's like such a fucking money pit.
I remember it sitting over that one out there, right?
Yeah. I probably have the other car because that thing broke down. We had to get... it had the head replaced and everything. I thought it was running fine. And then if I can completely conk out again, I have to put in like thousands of dollars of work into it.
So what are you doing?
What am I doing with it? I'm just trying to get rid of it. Have somebody tow it away or something. You want to take it away?
I'll take it off, man.
Okay. Well, I will sign it over to you, no problem. You can take it away from here. And it'd be no longer my property.
Yep.
That's great. It is currently registered. It has 4 inflated tires. It is all in one piece.
Okay.
And I have the keys to it and everything.
Okay, give me, because I'm moving from my house right now, and I move into my new house on June 1st, and my birthday is June 7th, so like the middle of June.
We're moving.
How are you moving?
Well, we're not exactly sure, but I'm hopeful that we can have a place on the East Coast to move into by June 1st.
Okay.
But we haven't found a place yet, and we're not exactly sure on the timetable.
Okay.
But if you want to take the car, it's going to probably have to be affordable.
Definitely.
It'll probably probably have to do before the middle of June.
That's fine. Yeah, I'll come get.
All right, cool. So then I will. And the funny thing is, I called Habitat for Humanity today to come take it away. They never called me back.
Okay.
But now when they did, I just tell them, too bad, somebody else took it.
Okay. Hey, do you want to take down my photo, or you mind if I take down yours?
Yeah, no problem. I'm sorry, I'm live streaming right now.
Oh no, you're good. You're good.
I forgot to tell you.
No, you're good. You're good.
My phone number is 626
626
615
615
8751.
8751.
Yep.
Okay. Hey, I'm sorry. Your
My
name
name's
is
Eric.
Eric. Hi. Nice to meet you, Eric. I'm Ryan.
Ryan, nice to meet you too. I will remember your name, Ryan. I have this habit of like somebody will introduce themselves to me, and like, as soon as they do, 1 second later, I forget what their name is.
No, you're perfectly fine. I will shoot you a text either tonight or first thing in the morning, but I'm definitely interested in that, and I have a cousin with a car trailer that can go pick that thing up.
All right, cool, fantastic.
Awesome. Thank you, Eric.
Thanks.
I
See you
appreciate
later.
you. You have a good night.
Well, isn't that great? Wow, how helpful. How helpful. That guy is going to take away our Mini Cooper. Isn't that a little bit of karma thing? You know, you're going to try to help somebody in their incredibly fruitless endeavor. And they end up providing the solution to your Mini Cooper problem. Well, how nice is that? What a wonderful surprise. Well, I guess, that's the dad maybe? And the other guy is the new boyfriend or something? I'm not really sure. I didn't quite pick up on all that part. He seems very nice. Seems like a very pleasant, respectful guy and everything. You know what does not seem very nice? This horrible fucking cat box. Oh, God. I mean, just, oh my God. I'm just gonna pick up the whole thing and just empty it into the trash. There's no scooping this thing. There's like little granules of cat litter in between poops. That's all it is. Oh. Okay. You know what, cat box? I've had just about enough of you. From this point until the end of our time here, cats are just gonna have to go to the bathroom outside like God intended. Filthy little animal. But I know like probably 100% of that shit was trouble too. I bet not even one of those poops was Kapia's. I bet she went outside like a good girl. I mean, the size of this poop is obviously trouble because Kapia doesn't eat enough to make poops that size. It's practically human-sized poop. Devil cat. Oops, sorry for the loud noise. I didn't know it was going to be so loud. Okay, well, wonderful news. You got a solution to the Mini Cooper problem. Did you hear the good news, Rachel?
I just texted to hear what happened?
So I went outside to help that guy look for something. I was like, what are they possibly looking for? Anyway, she just got a new car for her and the kids, a Mini Cooper. And the sheriff's over there. There's her and her boyfriend who are the combative ones. And then there's the guy I talked to, Ryan, who I think is the father of the kids. He said that the guy is going to jail tonight. I don't know if Ryan's correct about that or not, but I had no idea the sheriffs were even over there.
Oh my god, me neither. Wow, that's the second time that they've been around here and we had no idea.
Well, anyway, so she says that he threw the Mini Cooper key down away somewhere, and
Oh,
he says that no, it's in the car. Regardless, I don't think that anybody believes it's actually in the car. And so they're looking, the guy, Ryan, who did not throw the key or had anything to do with that, but it came because probably she called him, I guess. I don't know.
oh,
Looking for the
she
key
called-
because
Okay, so Ryan is probably the kid's dad,
right, that's
right?
what I got the
and
gist of.
she probably called him.
I don't know
Okay,
how he came about
okay,
to be
okay.
here, right? But
All right, so maybe that is
there
plausible.
was a fight over there.
Oh,
There was a throwing of the key to this Mini Cooper, which to get a replacement will cost them $1,200.
oh my god.
And naturally, they're gonna try to find the key.
Yeah.
But trying
Oh
to
my
find it in the
God,
middle of the night
though.
with a
Fear?
flashlight, and in the gully, it's a little black
That's 'cause
key.
you're in panic mode.
Right. But at least wait till daylight, right? Anyway,
Yeah.
the point of all that is that while I was talking to the guy, I said, you want me to point the little wilderness car headlights so they could show you down there so you could search better. I didn't know what they were even looking for at this point, right?
Yeah.
I just called out to the guy, you want me to shine some lights down there? I didn't know who I was calling out to. Anyway, he came up and talked to me, and basically, he's going to take the Mini Cooper.
Really?
Yeah.
What?
Like,
That was an easy
he's like,
transaction.
I told him about the story of the Mini Cooper.
Okay.
Because he's like, oh, it's a Mini Cooper. And I was like, oh, fuck, those things are money pits. Believe me.
Yeah.
I told him unsolicited a story of how put all that money into it and whatever. And I go, well, what are you trying to do with it now? I'm just trying to get rid of it. If somebody tow it away and donate it to somebody, you know? And he's like, well, I'll take it off your hand.
Really?
Yeah. He's like, I got a cousin, I think he said he's got a one of those kind of trucks that you could put a car on the back of it, you know. And I said, well, he's like, he originally was like maybe middle of June. I'll be transitioning to the middle. I'll be well suited to get this done then. I was like, yeah, I'm probably gonna have time for that because we're moving, and I'm hoping to be out of here by June 1st. So it's probably a little optimistic. So you're gonna have to do it before June sometime. And you're like, no problem, I'll get that done, no problem. So I gave him my phone number.
Wait, so we don't have to worry about.
I don't have to worry about Habitat for Humanity or whatever. I've got all the stuff. I just will sign the paperwork and it'll be done.
That's great.
They'll take it away. Yeah.
Well
And
done.
And that's and I didn't even provide any actual help because even what I was envisioning doing, it wasn't working because the car is not pointing down
Oh
enough.
my gosh, the keys in the gully?
Maybe. They're not sure exactly where it went.
She just got the car and the keys gone?
Yeah, well, I guess he threw it, and when they were fighting it, apparently.
Wait, who? Not Ryan. The
Not
other guy?
Ryan, the new guy. Or
Okay.
the
Oh,
guy
okay.
that she's always fighting with. That normal guy that she's fighting with.
Oh, so
I don't know what his name is.
okay. Yeah, no.
We'll call him Post Ryan, you know.
Post Ryan.
The Post Ryan guy.
Okay.
Or Stepdad, we could call him too.
So
Stepdad.
stepdad is the one who threw it.
Presumably, Stepdad threw it.
Okay.
Stepdad's claim is that no, the key is in the car.
Oh, come on.
This is all from Ryan, of course. I'm not hearing this from either Stepdad
And
or
he's
the
only
lady.
hearing it from, I guess, the sheriff.
I mean, I'm sure it seems like he's more entwined in that situation, obviously, than just standing at the distance and looking like we are.
Yeah.
And what he was hoping is that maybe we heard some sound of where it might have gone when they threw it. I was like, I was in and out a lot. I just hear them fighting and stuff, but I was just in and out because I smoked cigarettes. I wasn't, and I wasn't paying attention. It's like I'm basically trying not to listen.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, oh god, they're fighting. Let me smoke a cigarette fast and go back inside.
Okay, cool. That's great news, though. You got something done without
Well, I know. Well, that's instant karma, right? I tried to help. I wasn't even any actual help, and instead I got actual help. And I'm sure, assuming it's a win-win, he's not taking it off my hands just because he wants to be nice. So he must feel like he's gonna get something out of it too.
Sure.
So that's great. He's probably one of those people who could like part it out,
Yeah.
Well, that's good stuff. Moral of the story is drink less, smoke more. Well, that's a good point. Because I believe those people across the street have a little bit of alcohol consumption issue going on with their fighting. I'd say that there's a fairly high correlation between the two things, probably. What do you think about this new so-called phantom virus? Make sure you stock up on toilet paper again. I don't care about this kind of scares. Like, it's, well, I mean, I'm assuming, Chad Betham, that when you're drunk, you're not fighting, screaming at your wife and throwing shit, or the other day, firing 3 shots off in the middle of the fucking night while fighting, like loudly fighting at like 1:30 in the morning. I'm sitting here and it's like bang, bang. I go outside, open the door just in time to hear the third bang. And it was stunningly loud. I don't know what fucking caliber that thing was, but it's like gotta be like a 44 Magnum or something, because it was no 22, no 9mm. I guarantee you that. And then after the 3 gunshots, now they're still fighting, but a lot more quietly. It's like, okay, you fucking people. Rachel called the cops that time. And what did they do? They're like, oh, no, gunshots? I mean, maybe over there somewhere. Not here. Fighting? We weren't fighting. We were doing practice for a play. We were practicing for our parts in a play. And that's why it sounded like we were fighting. I love the sound of Rachel's laughter more than like just about anything in life. It's the most delightful sound. There's also a clear difference between her honest laughter and her fake laughter. She never fake laughs for me, which I appreciate. I mean, yeah, show media. There are other possible things I could have done that were more complicated with the Mini Cooper. A fucking complete money pit that I've already wasted God knows how much time and energy on. And I asked Cameron today if he thought I should donate it because it's worthless or I should try to sell it for something. He said, it's worthless, just donate it. So, yeah, there's some other possible things it could be the case. And that, it's like, other people's extroverted intuition is not something I really ever need. Right, yeah. It's absolutely delightful. She's just in general a ray of sunshine. A wonderful ray of sunshine. And I realize also like how much delight there is in just being with her when I'm not in a bad mental place. And how being in a bad mental place takes that from me to some extent. Like, you know, if I'm being a sourpuss, then a ray of sunshine is just, you know, okay, yeah, I see there ray of sunshine. You know, because I guess, you know, if I'm in a bad mental place, I'm obviously not enjoying anything, including my wonderful, wonderful relationship. Which could not be any better, really. It's like absolutely spectacular. It's kind of relationship that everybody wants to be in. And that almost nobody ever is. Good name for a hot wing store. Any wing in it? People would have no idea what that meant. It'd be like, wing in it? If I saw that, I wouldn't have any idea what it meant either. I'd just be like, wang in it. I'd think to myself, that's a terrible name for a hot wing store. That's what I think, yeah. I already did take the shrooms. Yeah, I took them a long time ago. They weren't very strong, or at least they didn't hit me very hard. But that may have something to do with the fact that I took half Klonopin like 2 nights ago. That has a long half-life, and it's, as you know, benzos are trip killers. So it's plausible as an explanation. But, you know, also mushrooms is just so fucking weird. You never know. You could take the exact same amount of mushrooms, of the exact same mushrooms, and have wildly different experiences. So, who knows what it is with mushrooms. I love you too, Rachel. I think you're the most special lady in the world. And show media if I haven't said so directly to you. I'm sorry about being so mean to you. I'd like to think that that experience reshaped the way I take mushrooms and my expectations and stuff going forward. Obviously, taking drugs doesn't excuse bad behavior. It may explain it to some extent, or I guess represent a clearly articulable deviance from a normal state of mind or something, but I don't roll like that. So obviously there was something I didn't understand prior. Hopefully I understand now. And once again, I'm sorry. I was wrong. Yes, you could be pretty annoying sometimes. I could have just told you, are you serious? This was this wanting me to listen to this guy who I've already told you he's an idiot. I could have just been like, are you serious with this? What the fuck are you thinking? Instead, I made a big imagination thing that was just my intuition running amok. And I turned show media into some kind of supervillain. Which is probably the craziest intuitive leap anybody has ever made. Because you're a lot of things, show media, but you are not, nor will you ever be, a supervillain. I don't even think you're a regular villain. In fact, I declare you entirely and thoroughly non-villainous. And I think we all learned something important about the reliability of Eric's spidey senses when he's on mushrooms. Namely, those aren't spidey senses. Those are retard senses. Ooh. Stuff going on across the street. I'm not even out here trying to pay attention to it. what they're talking. I want to hear it more. Now I'm curious. Before, I just came out here incidentally, but now I'm listening. That lady won't listen to you, cop. Unfortunately, you are correct and wise, but she will not listen to you because she's addicted to that horribly toxic relationship she's in. I think. Otherwise, why do it over and over and over again? She must be like into the, you know, trauma bonding. Might be one term for it, but she's into the volatility. That's my guess. At least there weren't any gunshots this time. They're making a lot more bigger of a deal of this than they did of the gunshots. With the gunshots, they kind of scolded Rachel for calling it in. What am I hearing? The cops saying, I'm being honest with you. I'm trying to be your dad or anything, but if I acted like this to I'd be gone. You know, I'd be in my and doing this guy things, you know. So I think he's trying to tell the lady that she needs to stop letting the guy back, maybe. I'm not sure exactly, but we're leaving, so I don't even care anymore. Like, I go over and tell them, hey, these people are fighting all the time. And when they're not fighting, they're being super loud and they're good times too. Well, I don't give a fuck. But I'm not gonna go inject myself in a matter like that. Cops already know that they're bad. They don't need me to tell them that. Rachel, I'm glad Rachel called the cops when she did last time because this is just more, it builds up a paper trail, as they say. Builds up a file on them or whatever. So exciting stuff, though, you know? I mean, this is fun. I didn't was looking for, but it turned out to be so much better than the normal fights, right? Normally they're just loud and fighting, and I just go inside and go, ugh. This time, the cops are here. Fantastic. Apparently the cops came last time too, but I didn't even notice them at all. It's not like they come rolling in with lights on. This is Mariposa County, you know. Sheriffs are fairly low key. There's no like police brutality thing going on here. Cops are trying to be as reasonable as possible. but they're dealing with unreasonable entities. Yeah, the only positive thing I could say about them is, shockingly, I've never seen or heard them in any way be bad to the children. I've never heard it one time. Whereas, like, I heard the guy be mean to the dog one time. Really speak meanly to him. I don't know if he was really being mean. I speak meanly to the cat sometimes too, so I don't know if that really matters at all. I don't know what the dog did. Like, I could see myself saying that's trouble if, like, he was going after Caprio, like, throwing something at him. You fucking asshole! You need to fucking stop that. Something like that. You know, I can see myself saying something like that to the cat. So it's not particularly determinate of anything. But that's the only time I've heard them expressly being mean. One more time I think I heard them being the guy, not the lady, being mean to the dog. But I've never heard anybody being mean to the kids at all. I've only heard them parent really well. It's crazy. You wouldn't think that would be the case, but I might call the cops on them, but I would never call CPS on them. Weird, huh? So what areas are you looking at, or have you? Oh, we're well into looking. We've favorited a lot of places to look back at again. Unfortunately, we kind of started this process at the end of the week. I think we would have done better off starting on Monday. So, but we're gonna. Our plan is to follow up today. Saturday is a day where you can certainly get in touch with rental properties and stuff. And if we find something that we go like, okay, well, this meets all of our criteria, and it seems quite like the ideal place given everything. Well, then we're gonna call them tomorrow and try to have it locked down for June 1st. You know. And then as soon as we have a place and a date to move in, then that locks in all the timetable of everything else, right? Like then I know like the soonest possible date where we could have this on the market, for example. I would know at that point the well, like what date I need to have this done by and what dates I'm going to do, like when I'm going to rent the truck exactly and for how long, and all that kind of stuff. All those specific detail kind of stuff are contingent on, these things. This is the way TE shit goes, right? It's like, and this is the way TE shit goes if you're empowered to do it well, which is to say, we can move first, then sell the house, and that's the way you're supposed to do it. It's not supposed to be you're selling the house you're living in or something like that, right? We've tried that before. It's not fun at all. Oh yeah, we're moving. We're moving to the East Coast, and we're moving across less physical sense as well. Like I really feel like free at last. Free at last. Thank God Almighty, I'm free at last. Free of this endless stewing about what we're going to do and what's going to happen and blah, 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 blah. I am free at last. I have a plan of action. We're going to get out of Mariposa where there's lots of wonderful things about Mariposa, but we're not really the kind of people who are designed to take advantage of the wonderful things about Mariposa. And we're certainly not the kind of people who really like having such a long drive just to get a pack of cigarettes. Let's do what's going on in the drama across the street. I think that's like the first time I've heard the guy talking. I'm not sure if like the guy they were just talking to was Kyle. I think maybe the other guy has gone to jail. You know, they're in like the sheriff. I think that's like a sheriff SUV or something. I don't know. They don't have any lights on or anything. Like it's not like cops in the city. Like they're making an effort not to bother the residents of the neighborhood. And they're making an effort to keep things as private as they can, I guess. In this instance, you know, you can only keep things so private, but it's still just, you know, one car and no sirens, no lights, just a couple cops out with flashlights. Maybe there was a second car that took the guy away. I'm not sure. That's how low pro they are about it. That's a quality I can truly appreciate, value, and respect about Mariposa. The integration of government and law enforcement as well, a part of that, and the community is absolutely spectacular. That's evidenced by the fact that there are no municipal level government, just county, and that it's a staunchly, persistently no growth libertarian, which is kind of a contradiction, right? Because if you're truly libertarian, then you're in favor of people doing whatever they want with their property, which I am not in favor of if you're going to preserve a wonderful place like this. A wonderful place that's not my place. You know, but what an amazing job the cops did. What an amazing job of doing a difficult job. I'm so impressed with their professionalism. And it's something that's so worthy of praise, too. Yeah, Mariposa is a wonderful place. kind of like a gilded cage. You might appreciate its gild, but mostly be glad to get it out of it. Can you get cartoons there? Oh, cartons? Yeah, well, there are other things I want to get periodically besides just cigarettes. Like, yeah, we've adjusted such that we minimize times we have to drive out to the world, but then that just further isolates us, you know? And that's part of the problem here. It's like the only lack of isolation we really have from as far as socializing people is the internet, the YouTube channel community, which is massive, without which I don't know how we could possibly last as long as we did. But it's really inadequate for me, and I think for Rachel as well, to be a fully realized happy person and requires us to be more engaged with that normal life stuff since we're not into the kind of stuff that this place affords us, right? We had a little car. I never wanted. Like one time I took it on this big adventure and I got all car sick. And I was like, okay, I feel that. Now that one was, yeah, I just wish I hadn't done that. Should be fine. Doesn't feel better. And not the first time that I've had that part of the denture removed. Anyway, I'm going to get this temporary denture taken out on Monday and replaced with the final thing. I just want to make sure I don't mess up anything before the final product gets put in, you know. That'd be the worst case scenario. There are Indian reservations on Long Island you can get curtains from. There's no point in getting cartons of cigarettes anyway. The savings is not is incredibly small. And the thing is, like in the end, you're not actually saving money because you'll smoke more. Because like if there are plenty of times where even if I live close to the cigarette place, I'm gonna be like, oh, I don't want to go get smokes right now. I'm just gonna make do with these butts here and or not smoke a cigarette when normally I would. I'll deal with it in the morning. That will happen plenty of times. So in the end, it's not saving you money to buy a cart. It's actually probably saving you money and making you smoke less if you buy it one pack at a time. I almost always buy at least two packs at a time. And moving back here means I buy more packs at a time because I don't want to have to drive to Boot Jack to get more cigarettes so soon. Is it a cannabis friendly state? I mean, I could care less. It's not like people who are in any state who are behaving modestly and smoking weed at their house or whatever are gonna get arrested. I might be worried a little bit about moving the amount of weed I have to move, but the risk there is really, really small risk. So, yeah, the thing is, I've been smoking weed since I was 14 years old. Okay, I've been smoking weed through every conceivable status of legality. It never had any impact at all on me on what I wanted to do, whether I was gonna smoke weed or whatever. It changed the ways I bought it over time. I never even worried about getting arrested for it, and I actually have been arrested for it. But I can't even blame them for arresting me for it when they were arresting me for it, because I was literally speeding down the highway in Oklahoma with expired tags from California, driving with my knees and using a blowtorch to clean my glass weed pipe, which of course made the whole car just stink impossibly loudly of of weed, like insanely much of weed, more than anything you can see of smelling like weed is me cleaning this glass weed pipe with a blowtorch in the car while I'm speeding down the highway with expired tags, California plates, in Oklahoma. So, did I deserve to get busted for weed? Well, obviously, nobody should ever get in criminal trouble of any sort for weed. But that's the kind of brazen scofflaw stuff that will actually get you consequences from the law with weed. I am not engaged in that kind of nonsense anymore. I'm not a young and stupid man of, I don't know, what was I, 40 something? I don't remember how old I was exactly. But, what was, I think it was after I quit drinking, right? Yeah, for sure it was. So it was in the last 12 years, whenever that was. Probably like 10 years ago. So I was like 45 or something. Yeah, I was young and stupid. I was 45, you know. I also, in that particular instance, did have meth on me. And I just had so much weed on me that they didn't notice it. So, good for me. Except, of course, I lost all my math, which was pretty frustrating, as you can imagine. So, you know, I was still able to get my Adderall back from them, fortunately. But look, lady, I knew meth and you're no meth. To paraphrase that vice presidential debate from that one time with Dan Quayle in it. You guys know what I'm talking about, I'm sure. Do you? Does anybody know what I'm talking about? No. I agree with you. I agree with you. Nobody should ever face any criminal consequences whatsoever for weed. Absolutely. But I'm saying that the other argument is I knew well the laws of Oklahoma when I entered the state. I was not in California anymore. And I was displaying brazen scofflaw disregard for Oklahoma's unjust but nevertheless statutory legitimacy. It has at least prohibition on marijuana, right? So in that regard, it's not that I deserve to get busted for weed, it's that I deserve to be punished for being such a scofflaw, such a brazen scofflaw. Like, you know, it's kind of like like there's a lot of things like this where don't be like shoving in my face. Yeah, what's getting to you about it? I wasn't being like that literally, but I might as well have been, right? I was not thinking at all about like what I was doing. I was just driving along, right? Just driving along with my knees, cause I need my hands, obviously, to clean this glass pipe with this blowtorch. Obviously, I'm sure fairly methed out at this point, but not smoking meth at the moment. And just having a grand old time driving along, minding my own business. With my out of my expired tags were like a year expired from California, everybody's favorite state. And yeah, what can I say? They pulled me over for legitimate reason of speeding and having expired tags. And then obviously the car stank so much like weed that even a dead person would be able to tell you it smelled like weed. They followed the book, they confirmed, each of them confirmed the smell. They like took the VIN number down, executed the search according to purveyance, they did all that stuff, put the handcuffs on me. They found, they didn't have to look very hard. The thing was, I had a box next to me with my drugs in it. There's a lockbox. The only reason I even had a lockbox is because Taylor was like, bro, you're being way too cavalier about this drug stuff. At least put it in a lockbox. And I'm like, all right, well. I was just driving across country with bags of weed on the seat next to me. And like my dashboard, well, I had dashboard weed, obviously, because that's where you roll your joints from as you're driving. So, I was just thinking, well, whatever, this is how I've always done things. It doesn't really matter. Nothing, until something happens to you, it's just how you've always done things. But that's how I'd always done things for as long as I can remember. Just, I always have weed. If I had weed, I'd have weed. If I had a lot of weed, I'd have weed around, like in the car, like on the dashboard. I have partially smoked joints. I just didn't think about it, right? I was always smoking joints while I was driving. Anyway, it's one of those things where it's not so much that uh, California was that lenient or anything. It just happenstance that I just never gotten bothered for it at any point for whatever reason. Could be like lenient cop here and there. Could be just statistical fluke in terms of me not encountering it. Who knows what it was? And so one day they caught up with me in Oklahoma. And even then, they didn't fully catch up with me because I could have been busted big with meth, And that would have been a lot bigger of a deal. That would have been a felony and all that stuff. So I got super lucky. But I don't know what I was thinking. I was just going through life. I've always just been like this about my drug use. I carrying it on, and everybody can see whatever they want to see. What's the big deal? Well, it is illegal, Eric. Yeah, but it's not like bad though. Yeah, but going to jail is bad. Yeah, I like that habit, I'm sure. What would you have to do to even get arrested for that? Something like you were doing, Eric. How about that? That's what you have to do to get arrested for it. It's just SI stupidity, right? Like, well, I've gotten away with this for a long time, so they must be perfectly safe. Man, does this one have a burn part on it? Why am I even getting a butt at all? I have plenty of regular cigarettes. I don't know, just try to be like conservation minded. I don't know if I want to smoke a whole cigarette. The most sober I've ever seen Eric, he said with extreme sarcasm. I mean, do I not seem sober? That's kind of a weird thing to say. I feel sober. And apart from the drugs. I mean, it's not man-made, and cannabis is a medicinal plant that's been on Earth for forever. Right, well, I mean, so as deterrent, but it doesn't mean people should take it. The reason that people should have the right to smoke weed and not be a criminal matter is because it's uh, it's simply it's a rights issue. It, any other framing of it is ultimately a trespass upon somebody's rights, and to some extent you might justify that if you could say this person's not mentally fit because of an addiction, let's say, like somebody racked in the threads of, I don't know, extreme alcoholism or heroin addiction or whatever. You might be able to make an argument that they're no longer acting as moral agents, exercising will freely, and they're not behaving as moral agents, and accordingly, they don't. To trespass upon their agency in the short term is actually a defense of their agency in the long term. So you can make those kind of arguments in some cases. You can't conceivably make it with marijuana because it's like tobacco or it's much less significant than, say, alcohol. Much more on the realm of like tobacco. People that smoke it all the time, like me, it's barely an intoxicant if you were to call it that at all. Just it kind of chills me out a bit sometimes. Sometimes it works like I want to, kind of. Mostly it's just kind of a habit. 11 years alcohol free this year. Well, congratulations. I'm 12 years myself, and you know, life's been ups and downs, I guess, in some ways since I quit drinking. But I can say this for sure that none of the joys or sorrows or anything would have mattered at all if I was still drinking. Yeah, it's huge, Alex. It's the difference being between having wasted your life and not. You know, that's the difference. Quitting drinking is, did I just completely waste my life and fail or not? I know I did a lot of things when I was still drinking and had a lot of competition success and stuff. I don't even remember those times as being real. And like to the extent that I think about like my life outside of work during those times, I just think of it's just a horror show of me being drunk and trying to be a good parent, and that's not working very well together. You know, I was never abusive or anything, but you know, it's like I always loved the shit out of her beyond all reckoning. But you can't be a very good parent in a lot of ways when you're drunk, for sure. And so when I think back to that time, it just kind of feels feels like a tragedy, you know. It also feels like I'm somehow not really connected to it. Like maybe because I did a lot of processing that stuff when I quit drinking. It just feels like a former self that um, every once in a while I'll be like, "Oh, I didn't like the way that played out last night on these drugs. It felt a little bit like drinking, you know. That's as bad as it gets, though. You only lost 10 years of your life on alcohol. Well, I would say that you know, not all my drinking years were bad. I guess I have memories from my 20s, I guess, that are neutral about it, kind of. 30s that are, so maybe some in my early 30s where I'm kind of neutral about it. I don't know. It was always a struggle for me from the very get go. From the first time I tried alcohol, the first time I was allowed to drink a sip of alcohol at a family function, I became the drunkest person in the room. I just could not get enough. I wanted more and more and more of it. But you know, when I think of it being life consuming, I think I guess mostly about like the last 10 years maybe. It got just well, I mean, when it really got unsustainable, it actually was when I got prescribed Adderall when I was still drinking. Those two things could not go together. Because normally prior to that, when I was drinking, I'd get drunk fast, pass out quick, you know, and it'd be a fairly no fuss, no muss affair, uh, comparatively to after I started taking Adderall. And then that's when things went downhill fast. Drinking and Adderall together, or just no. And I made the smart choice eventually. I don't think I framed it this way when I made the choice, but I made the right choice. I chose the speed and not the alcohol. I was like, I'm quitting drinking and I'm not stopping these. And I'm also still smoking weed. I'm kind of being kind of denial about that myself for a while. That no, I'm completely sober. That this stuff kind of doesn't. That, that's not happening. I just ignore that. I literally like kind of existed in this fairy tale land where that stuff like didn't wasn't happening. So I wasn't. I like somehow wasn't like misrepresenting anything. I didn't feel like I was lying or anything. I felt like I wasn't at odds with any of the things they said. Like, what if you're taking any mind or mood altering substance? I was just like, no, I haven't done that. I this weird kind of like bubble of delusion. I don't know. And eventually, I was like, wait a second. They're talking about what I'm doing, but I still didn't change what I was doing, and it started to impact instead like the way I engage with stuff. Like if if they said, well, if you've taken any kind of mind or mood altering substance in the last 24 hours, please don't share. I would just not share and then probably maybe leave because I was there to maybe because I had something to say. Anyway, at any rate, I didn't want to be conscribed such that I couldn't say, nor did I want to dishonestly misrepresent myself as as meeting those criteria that they set. So it was a pretty no-win situation there. I tried to talk to my sponsor about it, but he told me I wasn't sober. And then much later on, he wonderfully said to me, I don't remember what caused him to say this, but he told me, there's nothing wrong with you. I burst into tears when I read it. He sent it like on a Facebook message or something. I've said it periodically to people ever since. There's nothing wrong with you. Well, I was right, and he was right. First I was right, then we were both right. Of course, wow, I correctly understood there was nothing wrong with me. I did not believe it until he said that to me. I don't think anybody had ever said that to me in my entire life. I'm pretty sure nobody's ever said that to me except until that moment. Have you ever recall people saying that to you? It's like, seems like everything that people tell us is instead about either about like specific praise, which is great, there's nothing wrong with that, or actually useful critique, which is fine. There's nothing wrong with that if it's well intentioned and actually helpful. And I don't know where I'm going with this. I totally lost my train of thought because this TV went back to its home thing because the computer went to sleep. Even though I did not want that to happen. At least now it doesn't make sound anymore like it used to when it went to sleep. It would just start auto playing this horrible music. Oh, well, that's such a relief to have that taken care of. But you know what? Been living here for 3 years. Just recently, finally decided to start using the remote control in order to solve this horrible autoplay sound thing that we had going on. And, well, now we're moving out. At least we can leave the remote there, confident that the next people will find it and know that it works. Because I've replaced the batteries. That turns out there were two problems. One, it was among some other remotes. So I wasn't sure which remote was the right one. And number two, it turned out did not have good batteries. In fact, they had leaked out a little bit of goo. So I put them away into the trash and I cleaned it as best I could, put new batteries in. Guess what? It worked just fine. It didn't work. We could have had this whole time. But instead, no. I wasted God knows how many hours of my life getting up to physically turn on the TV. Now, granted, it's not like I had to go up there to change the channel or anything. Once it was on, I would be able to operate everything from the computer, obviously. But nowadays, I don't have to go turn it on. And the other thing is, I have a different problem that I solved that I no longer have, that no longer need a solution. So, the problem is this. Guess what? Is a serious design flaw with everything here. If you can't guess already, don't worry, I ain't gonna tell you what a serious design flaw here is. So, we're not gonna do anything about the damaged furniture. You know, they can buy the house with this scratched up chair or not. It's like, that's not going to be the determining factor as when somebody buys the house. Make it look as nice as possible and price it to sell, and that's going to be what matters. You know, like, would we not have bought the house if this chair had been scratched up? No, this is the house we have to sell. They can buy it or not. What I will do is clean it very well. I will steam clean the carpets down here and make sure to vacuum all the other carpets as best as we can. I will scrub all the surfaces and stuff. And the nice thing is, all of this can be scheduled and everything properly once we know what our move-in date is, because then it's like, okay, well, I need, basically my cleaning needs to end right at the onset of me driving across country, because I want you to live in the house for as little time as possible and make it dirty for as little as possible before you fly out to meet me. See what I'm saying? And you might have to do a little bit of upkeep cleaning in the, like, say, a week or so, where that overlaps like that. Well, Rachel, let me put it this way. If we priced this house at $1,000, how long do you think it would sit on the market for? And if we priced it at $1,000, do you think that people will be like, wow, there's a scratched chair? How long something sits on the market is based on one thing and one thing only, whether it is priced competitively. When you see shit being on the market for 6 months, it's because they're not realistic in what they're trying to get for it. We will be realistic, and we will also be smart. We'll have time for it to sit on the market for a few months, and accordingly do the market dynamic stuff that needs to be done, which is to say, we'll price it too high to begin with, and then we'll slash the price, because people like that at a certain point, right? To the price that we actually want it at. And then if necessary, we'll slash it again to a price that we're willing to take. And it'll be fine, right? We might take a loss from what we paid for the house, but it's not going to be that massive of a loss. I mean, according to the square footage thing that Winston's mom linked to us, And I don't think that is specific to this house at all. I think it's like in this neighborhood, square footage, blah blah blah. Just based on square footage, it was saying we should get 455 for this. So I think this house has a lot more appeal than your average square footage, and I think we can get 500 for it. I think we can get what we pay for it. But if we can't get 500 for it, if the market is as depressed as those numbers suggest, then let's say we lose $45,000 on the house. Well, you know, such is life. And the point is, we're still getting a shit ton of equity out of it, and it'll be fine. You know, like, and we can afford to let it sit on the market for a while, right? We don't need to have it sell immediately. And this is even more so the sooner we move. Because it can't get on the market until we move. So I guess it's not really what I said there before was not really true. It's just um, because it can't get on the market until we move. The sooner we move, the sooner it's on the market, the longer it can sit on the market, and we'll be fine while we're waiting to see what happens. If it's this for 3-4 months, well, it's this for a few months. You know, if at that point we um, we're like we're not going to fetch enough of a price, maybe we take it off the market for a little while. You know, we can, you know, we'll be able to do that if need be. So, I mean, that's why I feel so satisfied about this whole thing. In part, is like clarity about the next number of months, clarity about the next year, clarity about what decisions we're be making then, and based on what, and like having clarity is so having an actual path. And it's like I don't, you know, SE is not such a problem for me if there's NI, right? Like, oh, I know what we're doing, why I'm doing it, and actually believe in what I'm doing, right? Like, as opposed to me mulling about what should we do around here. I don't know, should I get this job or should I? So I was just stuck in what I thought was a serious like SE problem. It wasn't an SE problem, it was an NI problem. I didn't have the NI that I wanted to SE from. And I never really thought about it like that, but SE's never really been a problem for me, provided, yeah, right? Like, I just need, provided being motivated to do it, I guess. Wanting to do something is all it requires for me to do something. Not wanting to do something is like, okay, who knows if I'm ever going to do this fucking thing. And like, obviously, I don't want to deal with this TE title shit for a little car, but it doesn't matter. I'll just get that shit done, no problem, because I have clarity about why I'm doing it in the furtherance of what, etc. You know, and it just feels exhilarating to actually feel like I'm back in life again rather than just waiting to die. You know, I'm not 100% sure, but I'm hopeful I'll be able to find work as a debate coach over on the East Coast. seems very likely. If there's any such work to be had, I should probably be able to get it because I've got as much cred in the debate world as anybody could possibly have. But like that's a job search I'm not at all dreading, right? I'm kind of excited about that job search because when I hear somebody's looking for a debate coach, I give them my resume and I know they're just going to be like, okay, you are way overqualified for this, but this is the kind of thing where, you know, um, it's coaching, right? So it's not, there's no, it's like, if you're a winning coach, there's no overqualified for a coaching job because you will take their shitty team and make them winners. And what could be more exciting than that? So it's like with clarity about what I'm doing, why I'm doing it, realization that should have come a long time ago, probably that, hold on a second, I actually like debate coaching and I want to do that work and I don't want to stock these shelves, right? It's like, I was, I guess, thinking of stocking shelves is kind of like this. Like, I feel the wonderfulness of honest work, something. But frankly, I think it's very fortunate that lady ghosted me because it probably would have been brutal on my back. And if I had got that job, then this decision would have been somehow at least delayed or forestalled or made more difficult, you know. So it's a wonderful thing that she did that ultimately. And she was wise because she probably was saying, he's too old for this kind of work. And she's probably right. Maybe age discrimination or whatever, but I mean, as it is, easy enough for me to feel like my back's a little sore here and there, you know. I don't need to do all that physical work right now. Even though I was correct that I need to do some kind of work, right? Like is I not having a job, not being productive, and not having any kind of external demands on my time and such. It's just not something I'm ever going to be like happy with that state of affairs as a long-term state of affairs, right? I just don't operate like that. I'm not ready to retire. I don't want to be retired. I don't like being isolated from the rest of the world. And it's also the case that I probably needed some time to sort all that out. So, you know, I'm excited about life in a way that I have not been excited about life for the last multiple years. It's a revelation to realize that, like, oh, there's like this whole lake of meow that was just to be released by one clear decision. There's so many of my ontological things linked to that, sustaining that bad equilibrium. It's crazy. Now, granted, I do know that who messaged me what. Let me see who messaged me what. A message at this hour? What time is it? 12:45. What day is it? Friday? Not that late for Friday, I guess. It was just a text from Ryan saying, "Hi, this is Ryan. I'm not sure why I just got it, or if you just sent it. Maybe he didn't have any bars until he got out of here. Maybe he's not on their Wi-Fi. I don't know. Probably, maybe he's not on their Wi-Fi. Doesn't have their password. I'm not sure. I don't believe he has my password for my Wi-Fi, so if he does, I'm gonna need to know more about how that came to be. Regardless, that probably has something to do with why I just got the text now. Is something to do with the bar arenas and or the Wi-Fi arena. Some combination of those things, I would be my guess. But I just replied to his text with a sip. He said, "Hi, this is Ryan, Typology Cooper," and I replied with sip. So that was pretty cool of me, because I'm a pretty cool guy. I like to do things in a cool way. I could have replied, for example, with tee-hee, but that would not have been cool at all. But instead, I went with sup. I thought that's appropriately manly, but also youthful. It's youthful, conveys that I'm down to party. I use the word sup. What do you guys think? If you had to choose between tee-hee and sup, which would you choose? Oh, let's choose not to fall down, regardless. I Choose Not to Fall Down is a great name for an album. I choose not to fall down. That's a great name for any number of possible things. I choose not to fall down. It's a great sentence. I like it a lot. You know, we saw a good band name today on a sticker in town. And that band name was About My Paper. Which I think is just fantastic. Rachel's like, I'm not sure what's that about. Like, well, seems like it's the thing that a student says to their professor. About my paper. It's complete and perfect. Here it is. No, that's not what follows about my paper. So I was like almost done with it when this big storm happened. And that was the end of my paper. I was like, I tried to get it back from the computer, but it was all just hopelessly lost to a digital graveyard. Yeah, About My Paper, I think is a good name for a band. I'm assuming it was a band that was their sticker. It just said that on it, About My Paper. But I think an even better sentence, which is not, because About My Paper is not a sentence, but is the thing I said before. I choose not to fall down? Is that what it was? I put the piano on its little stand. When I turned around and tried to stand, but I lost my way at the crucial point, and that's when I chose not to fall down. I was like, whoa, 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 whoa. I don't even know where this is gonna go. I'm gonna end up on my butt. But then, you know, surprisingly, what happened? Well, I chose not to fall down. I said, turn around right now on your path to the ground. That's not where you're headed. 'Cause I said I choose not to fall down. I call that I choose not to fall down. It's a song about what I did a little while ago when I was about to fall down, but then didn't. Something that obviously can only be attributed to my choice in the matter. Otherwise, how would you explain it? It would be impossible to explain. It would be impossible to explain. A lot of things are impossible to explain, like why clouds make rain and why things are the way they are. Like for example, I'm gonna say one of the things that's impossible to explain is why there are different days of the week. How could anybody even begin to explain that? What would comprise an explanation that actually satisfied the underlying question? I wonder if any such thing could possibly be done. Why are there days of the week instead of just one super long day? Why is there just one day that's equal to the number of hours in a week? Nobody could explain. Why are just 1/7 as many days? There are at least 70 ways better. Nobody can explain that. Not even the best explainer. I said, nobody can explain why there are lanyards and nobody can explain that neither. No, everybody's tried to explain since Dan Rather once said a long time ago, but lanyards like lanyards, then you're like me. Cause I like lanyards, as you can see. Lanyards and I are the bestest of friends, and I don't think I'll ever go anywhere without a lanyard again. Some people say lanyards are just a toy, not me. I know that lanyards and I can have real joy as a couple, you see. I think that lanyards and people are a perfectly good combination. And I think that if you don't approve, well, you're just hateful, like you're some kind of on hate vacation. Oh, lanyards, okay. Well, I hope I conveyed in that song my appreciation of lanyards. For my next number, I'm going to use another shuffle, but a cooler shuffle this time. Boy, that's got a real cool shuffle to it. What you doing now, cool shuffle? Oh my God, what you doing, cool shuffle? I thought you fell off. I was wondering what the waffle was there for. I wish my nose weren't running no more, but it is. Because, that's why. Because my nose is running, son, inside. I didn't get no Benadryl from the store like I should have, though. That's why I know a little more. And my nose won't run no more if I got the Benadryl from the store. But I didn't get it there, though. I'm not gonna have a solution from that, though. Because I don't have the Benadryl. Instead, I just gotta blow my nose all the time and say, fuck it. I hate blowing my nose. But what else you gonna do? You gotta just blow your nose and then say, achoo. And when you do, then you know what you're doing now. Oh my God, my nose is blowing and I don't like that at all. Let's go. I like how no matter what beat this is, it always sounds a little bit like a cruise ship. No matter what sound you're using, no matter what beat, it kind of just still sounds like a cruise ship. I've never even been on a cruise ship, but don't you feel like you could see yourself cruising on the open ocean? Join us on Deck B for a holiday surprise. No, not the harpsichord. Who wants a harpsichord? You're falling off. This is not the right stand for this thing. It never was. But it's the one they gave me. I've never been able to really fit this on it very well. But, you know, that's good enough, I guess. I like that sound, but I want to see. Do you like that one better? That's too much organ. So again, too much organ. I don't want a clav either. God damn it, why don't you do it right? Because you're doing it wrong every single night. Yeah, yeah, yeah. God damn it. Fucking god damn it. What the fuck? What the actual fuck? Why you just sit on this thing for fuck's sake? God. Why does this thing not even fit this thing? Horrible. say no. So good for me. I figured out how to play something that's not any good. That's fun. That's one of the exciting things about the piano. Like, I get those kind of exciting challenges where I have to work hard to figure out how to do something and feel the satisfaction of accomplishing it. Which is not something I experience with the guitar at all. It's not because I'm the master of all things guitar or anything. It's just I'm not in that part of the learning curve. Obviously, anybody who sat through all of that just would walked away from their TV or what have you. In fact, my TV right now just went to sleep itself. I think I might wrap this live stream up at this point. And, continue tweaking out on whatever and improve it, I suppose. So, thanks for being here. It's been a wonderful time. Through the good times and bad, through the neighbors and the cops, through that time we drove the little car out there only to realize how futile it was. All of those times, we shared them all, and they've been wonderful times. But those times, they're over now. And now it's time for us to bid you adieu. So, the very extended goodbye, though. I decided to add on to this adieu a song on the guitar to say goodbye to you. Because it just seems like a fitting end to a rather indulgent live stream. All good streams must come to an end. Not all good dreams, though they sometimes send us into a new reality. Equal perhaps to the dreams we see. So goodbye, everybody. Don't be sad. I'll be back pretty soon.